Well. If it isn't Friday. Remind me later. Okay, just can we all just okay? All right, roll call. Show me roll call. That's very bright. Is there bright? Not bright. Help. Exactly. Hey, aren't you streaming, my guy? Oh no, you raided. Wow. All right. Well, Downey raid. I'm not there for the raid. I'm a bad friend. I'm sorry. I'm not helping you, but I get to reclaim some bandwidth, and that's pretty cool. So, because that tab is on 1080 for some reason. Good, Firefox. Get mad at me for all the stuff I'm trying to do. Go ahead. Get it out of your system. Now's a good time. A good a time as any. Let's go, baby. Gotta see if YouTube's working, so I need you to, like, you know, do the bare minimum, aka your job. Hey, look, there you are, doing your job. Hey, YouTube's working. I don't know if Twitch is working. Hopefully Twitch is working. Seems like Twitch might be working. Okay, our lurks, are they current? Very important. Yes, as good as it's gonna get. Well then, let us just move that the heck out of the way here. Let's do this. That's a good thing to have. And then we get to do this thing. Fixed. All right. Sick. Everything's working. It's all coming together. Everything's turning up Millhouse. Or something, I don't know. Hello, greetings, salutations all. How the heck are you fabulous humans? You remarkable sort. What are you guys doing? What are you up to? You guys, you vibe? You living? You dreaming? It's super good to have you all in. Super good indeed. Oh my, look at these fabulous humans. Ahmed was here. Leanne is here. Leanne. We get to call out Leanne when we sees her. When we sees her. Yes, we do. And Trotsky. Hello, Trotsky and BV. Oh, wow. And the hot bride. Wow. Hot bride. We also call her the hot bride when we see her. Actually, we can't call the hot bride when we see her. It's a fact. That's a fact. Skittles! Hi, Skittles. Hello. How you doing, friendo? Hello. And Downey, that manses. That... What's the adjective I want to use here to describe this fabulous human? Is indelible the right word? I feel like indelible is what I'm after. That's what came to mind, and now I'm questioning it. Indelible. Yes, indelible. That's exactly what I meant. That indelible sort, he and his fabulous hot bride. It's good to see you guys. And username. Hello, username. It's good to see you, friend. How you doing? Oh my gosh. What? Hay is for horses. Don't you know? How you doing, chillin'? You doing all right? Weekend's Eve find you okay? Welcome back. Perhaps against better judgment. Here you are again. Had to refresh to see the stream. It works. Oh. Did that happen to you, Gage? Did that happen to you? Or did it just work? Gage is like, I don't know. I just work here. We were late tired and heading to bed and was getting my lurk up as you came live. We'll join from the phones shortly. What an actual gentleman. Hope you guys had fun crafting all the mines with the bebes. And Jar is here. Hello, Jar. Remarkable humans, these. And Slash. Wow. Serena's ending stream right now. So you can end her tab. I just did, Gage. Thank you. I just cleaned them up. I appreciate you. Say, you jump in one of the streams I mod for. I don't know what you're talking about, username. Listen, it's against the rules to call out lurkers, okay? There's like a whole Twitch etiquette thing where we don't call out the lurkers. Actually, that's funny that you mentioned that because I'm going to be talking about that tonight. Yes, I am, madam. Also, how the heck are you? How are you doing? You doing okay? I think it's super great, by the way. I'm going to be talking about that. But as a bit of a preamble for where we're going here tonight, I think it's super cool that you call out your friends in the Discord. That is really cool of you. Really cool of you. More to say on that in a bit. More to say. More to say. Twitch keeps messing up. I've been told that, chillin'. I had a couple folks today who were struggle busting with Twitch. Twitch is being pretty ridiculous. Back from bingo. Did you win? Did you win? Hi, Joke. Hello, sir. Hello. Oh, we get to call out jokers when we see them. Yeah, we do. Hydrate. I suppose I could hydrate. We are hydrating. Yes, we are. Hydrating. All right, my friend. Anti-tilt. You know what? We should get there. We should get there. Very quickly, we're going to get to anti-tilt. I owe you an anti-kill. Bacon for the barbecue. Oh, what? What are you making? Oh, God. I want to know what this thing is. What are you making? Hiya, pause. Welcome in. Welcome. All these remarkable swords. Look at these. Oh, Twitch, don't refresh. Twitch is broken. Cakes. All right, Cakes. Let me tell you. You're going to come up in this story tonight, my friend, for multiple reasons. The latest, though, of which is I cannot for the life of me find when you followed on this account. It's driving me crazy. I had to scrub through this thing. I have it bracketed, okay? But it's like an hour-long gap. It's like an hour-long chunk in an Apex VOD on YouTube. It's sometime between, this is on my brain because it's been driving me crazy. It's somewhere between when Tiny Friend followed, yeah, okay, when we met Tiny for the first time, and when Bugan raided. It's right in there somewhere, but I can't scrub through and find it. I would just need to sit there and watch an hour of me being bad at Apex in order to find it. And I had so much else to do, so it didn't get done in time, and I'm salty about it, all right? You thought you ought to know. I thought you ought to know. Oh my gosh. Ferret! Hello, sir. Golly, it's good to see you. How's your 2024 been, sir? Doing okay? Was your Christmas all right? Was your New Year's okay? I hope that all of the family stuff was less headache and more like, I hope it was like you got to breathe. I hope, yeah. Did you do actual like Santa stuff this year? Like official, very official, or was it like, I don't know, unofficial stuff? Or did you get to take a break this year? Oh my goodness gracious. Shin, hello Shin. One is doing well. Yes, they are. Yes, they are indeed. Super busy day. And I'll let you guys in on a little stupid thing here. The internet went down again about an hour and a half ago. And I was pissed. I didn't break anything or anything. Like, that's not, I don't emote like that. That's not, but let me tell you, unamused. I'm like, it ain't a good time. I told the hot bride, and she's like, I feel like this is awfully specific timing for your internet to be going down. And not amused. No, none of us are amused. And it was once again their modem. It wasn't our router. It was their modem pushing out a bunch of error, flashing lights and stuff. And I'm like, all right, so I was pissed. All right, before I go any further here, I do need to grab element number 1 because it is a Gus talk tonight. Though a truncated one, it is still a Gus talk. So we need 3 elements. Ideally, 3 elements comprise an ideal talk, friends. The first of which is good drink. So we're gonna get to that, all right? We're gonna grab that. And tonight, I'm thinking we go big. I'm thinking we go big for y'all. That's right. We go for the good stuff. Because this is an occasion worth cracking open a good bottle for. Well, cracking open. I ain't cracking open anything, but you know, I'm gonna work on that. You there, come here. Come here. We're gonna go with a smaller glass. That way I'm not, you know, inclined to drink the whole bottle here. But all right, you guys get some bottle asthma. Ooh, did you guys hear it? Did it work? Did you get a thum? Tell me. Okay. Good drink. And by all means, let me know in chat what it is you are partaking of for element number 1, if anything. It doesn't need to be alcoholic. It can be juice. It can be water. It can be tea. It can be, You tell me though. Element number 1, what is it we're drinking tonight? Word in the chat. Element number 2, sadly, I do not get to partake of because it's a short night, and therefore I cannot manage the logistics to have a shigar with you guys. Element number 2 is good cigar, good smoke. Alas, I cannot. It will have to wait until next week, right? Next week? Hang on. Nothing crazy is happening next week, right? As far as I know, next week. So that leaves element number 3. Element number 3, dear friends, and this is where each week I come empty-handed. I've checked, I've searched. No, it's not in there either. It's good company. Good company. And this is where you come in. This is where I am lost, bereft of this without you. Each week I rely solely on you to supply that crucial component to these things, our time together. Well, it wouldn't be time together, it would just be time alone, and that would be really kind of shabby. But anyways, I am super grateful for you guys bringing that thing. You remarkable humans, you. I say this all the time. And tonight especially, I'm going to be doing a lot of nostalgia type things. So let me preface some of this, all right? I've been saying this phrase for 2.5 years. For 2.5 years. That whole 3 elements comprise an ideal talk. All of that, 2.5 years. And each week it remains true that it takes a remarkable sort. It speaks volume about the caliber of human who would choose of their own volition to spend a Friday night. Friday night! That's like, we're hitting the clubs, let's go, baby. Friday night. Here. Doing this. Though many times, more often than not, though it be hard, though the topics tackled are difficult, though the humaning can be uncomfortable and the forging of character can be painful. Though those things be true, you choose this. And that is a remarkable thing indeed. And it is to you, that very sort, that I raise my glass this evening. You, that third critical component, good company. Dear friends, welcome. Yum. Yum. Ooh. Ooh, de lolly golly. What a day. Huh. All right. I'm going to try and speed run and catch up on chat. You guys think it's possible? I don't know if it's possible, but we're going to try. Did I do an intro? I didn't do an intro. Do we need an intro? Hello, my name is Six, or Gus, or Godfather, or Hey You, or Guy with a Tie. It doesn't have to rhyme, but it can rhyme if you want it to rhyme. I'm a variety streamer. I get up to a variety of things. You might have guessed as much from the descriptor of what kind of streamer I am. You can find my schedule posted below on Twitch. The actual schedule tab for Tuesdays, Fridays, and Saturdays. You will see what is going on there. I update that schedule if it's to change, and I update it each week as I go along on YouTube because I'm multi-streaming there, though I'm not allowed to have a persistent schedule, and I don't know why. But you can follow on the one, subscribe on the other, but the hub of all that we get up to is the Mafia Discord community. And I encourage you, above all else, and I will be talking much more about this later this evening as we proceed, this is where the magic happens. If you're not in the Discord, you're missing out on all that it offers, and it is a lot. And it might not seem like much. Again, more to say on this, but this is where doing life together alongside these remarkable men and women, this is where it happens. This is where the magic happens. That's where communitying happens, where humaning happens. This is a medium that leaves us very little room to breathe when it comes to humaning. All of you guys hampered behind chat and so forth, this is a medium that keeps at least one hand tied behind our backs. The Discord, though, some very real things happen in that Discord. If only you have the courage to join. If you have the character, the quality of character, the depth of character, the grit to see the hard mode rules demanded of you, expected of members of this august community. To see those rules and say, I will try. I will give it an honest shake. I might not succeed. In fact, I might not succeed very often at all. But I will try. And then, that's just the beginning. Then hard mode begins. That's accepting the challenge of hard mode, is joining. Joining the Mafia? That's step one. Everything after is living out hard mode. This is why I say it takes courage. This is why I say it takes strength of character. And it's not for everyone, and that's okay. There's no one forcing you to join. There is no... Ain't nobody gonna come knocking on your door over it. Some people are in a position in life right now where they're not about tackling hard mode. Okay? Some people are not... They don't have anything left, and they say, you know what? Hard mode anything right now, I'm out. Just count me out. That's okay. That's all right. It is my encouragement to you to keep it in mind. And someday, if you're feeling all right, if you're feeling up to it, if you're feeling, I want to take this to the next step, to the next level, consider joining. Again, if you can manage those rules, it's really something. Really something. So, to all of you in the Mafia who have accepted those rules, who have accepted the challenge, and then taken up that gauntlet, cheers once more to you. All right. Now I'm going to speed run through chat. Wait, did I say all the things? I didn't say all the things. Variety streamer, you can do this stuff. There's merch. Patreon is how I'm supported. I don't have... I'm not monetized anywhere. I'm not monetized on Twitch or YouTube or any of that stuff. So I'm monetized on Patreon. It's only because of the support of y'all that I even get to do this at all. Again, I'll be talking more about that here tonight, but it is thanks to these fabulous humans right here in chat, in particular, that I get to keep doing this. Everybody who has parted with their hard-won dollars, their hard-won euros, their hard-won whatever currency it is out there to see that this project has a future. I'm super grateful, but I'm particularly indebted to my public patrons. Aki, Binge, BV, Bootless, CJ number 2, Leanne, Ferret, Goose, Joke, Mama Gus, Karma, Ryan, Thump, Skittles, Tech, Pell, Dragon, CJ number 1, and Zin. Also, day after tomorrow is CJ number 1's birthday, you guys. I don't know if anybody knows that. I happen to know that, so, you know, y'all can yeet early birthday wishes in his general direction if you so desire. But for those of you guys who also are keeping up on what's happening in his life, he and his are expecting in like a month. It's like 5 weeks or 6 weeks. The time is coming. So that man's is very busy. And any encouragement, again, that you want to yeet in his general direction in the Discord or wherever, I am certain that it would be appreciated. Whatever it is you're into, prayer, vibes, you know, well-wishings or kind words alone, I'm sure that man would be grateful for them, because his whole life is about to get very different, about to change quite a lot. Kid on the way. Whew. It's really something. That is something. All right, so now I'm gonna speed run. You ready? We're gonna speed run. Not a thing. We always call it lurker. So, oh, boo! Don't do that. Don't do that. Also, I didn't get to say earlier, but Shin, yeah, your name was on the list too. I'm gonna be talking about you in a bit. It's kind of funny. I had needed to put your name as a single Shin, because we have Shins in the community, which I told you when we first met. But I was like, all right, Shin, Shins, not to be confused. Very different. One is singular. Twitch tonight, when I set it to automatic resolution, had a frequent habit of going to potato or VHS quality. Oh, fun. Hars. Hiya, Hars. You did. You made it. Off to bed and half asleep, but I'm here. Oh, thank you. Thank you for the kind words. I appreciate it very much. And I'm super glad to see you, my friend. It's a short stream tonight, you guys. So, Hars, you know, you probably won't stay awake for even what it is we're doing, but we're only going to be here for 2.5 hours or so. Military stuff, as threatened and per my go live, has screwed up my schedule for the weekend. So tonight and tomorrow night are both truncated streams. So I'm going to be blasting through a bunch of this content. Yep, it has to happen. It has to happen. But I'm super grateful to see you, Hars. Super grateful to see you. There's a reason There's a reason that I put so much time into this project that I finally get to share at least part of, not all of it, with you guys here tonight. And you are part of that reason. I'm a ghost. I know, Cakes. I'm like, what is happening? Ridiculous thing. Post photos in Discord, way too much to list. Don't want to make you hungry. Oh my god. Okay, I'll take it. I'll take it. Yesterday would have been worse. Yesterday I didn't eat anything. I fast on Thursdays. I just like, that's my day where I don't have to like be doing anything anywhere. And I'm just like, all right, here's where I get to like compensate for the bad dietary decisions for the rest of my week. So if you had sent me a bunch of pictures of food yesterday, that would have been particularly painful. Very level-headed, even when pissed. I was beyond shooketh. Do you own your modem? Can we buy you a new modem? Tana, right, the old one. The modem is theirs, Gage. It is Spectrum's. It is Spectrum's. So glad I fully canceled my Spectrum account. Jealous? We don't have any options. Closed previously just in case the fiber failed. Yep, nope. I wish we could. Alas, the best that AT&T can do here without fiber, because again, fiber is not in the ground here at our address, is like basically DSL. They're like, oh, we can give you 20 whole megabytes. Woo! And I'm like, just put in fiber. So, anyways. Too short so far this year. No Santa. Last year's Christmas. Been taking a break for that. Okay, I got you. I got you, Fred. Figured I'd ask. I hope that the holiday in any case wasn't too stressful with the fam dam. Goose! Hello, Goose! Oh, we get to call out Goose when we sees him. Yes, we do. I don't know if somebody already did that. I'm way behind, but we're gonna do it anyways. Yes, we are. Yes, we are. Okay. Water. Excellent. Give us a blimp. Give us a blimp. You're right. I'll let you down. I'll get it on the next one. I'll get on the next pour. All right. Next pour. We're gonna do it. We're gonna do it. Oh, you guys got that sound? You heard that, Asmer? Very good. Very good. I'm glad you heard it, though. Iced tea. Okay. Kool-Aid juice box. A grape Kool-Aid juice box? What a cool kid. Golly, username. I'm jealous. Ski. Hello, Ski. Good to see you, sir. I gotta say, your name popped up quite a bit, too. And I got, y'all see what I'm talking about. But I'm glad to see some of the names I am here tonight, because there are a bunch of you guys that ought to be, like, held up in fairly high esteem, I gotta say. Binge, welcome in. Speaking of fabulous humans that I got to call out by name, it's good to see you, sir. Welcome in, Ahmed. Ahmed, did you stream twice today, or did your stream cancel? Did your stream crash? Because I had 2 tabs of you open, and I'm like, how did this happen? And it's because, like, you moved on the thing, and I whatever. I don't know things. Vane! Hello, Vane. Hello again. It's good to see you. Good to see you. Do folks still be hitting dem clubs? They do. They do. I don't be, but Upper Hand Brewery, Upper Hand IPA, local Michigan beer we've not had yet. Oh, and what's the verdict? Do we like it? Do we like it? Oh my gosh, look who it is. How you doing, Phobia? Hey, welcome back. How the heck have you been? How? Speaking of names that I've seen on this list recently, welcome back. Welcome back. Never faster. Yeah. Disco's gone out of fashion, but the youth now often do all sorts of morally corrupt acts in the jazz club. That's right. That's right. And have you heard of the latest thing, Gage? The latest scuttlebutt? Have you heard? This new trend. They call it rock and roll. That's right. And that is to do with the undulations of their bodies when it's totally morally corrupt, I tell you what. In your words, it's unspeakable, the things they get up to. Kids these days, and their rock and roll and their MTV. It's actually nuts. Thank you guys for dropping links. I appreciate you very much. Very much indeed. Tink! Welcome, Tink. Hello. New Facebook without family. Oh my gosh. That's right, there's no family in there. Thank you, good intro. We were flying. We did our best. Hilarity about the merch. I was trying to share the quote you put on my custom coffee cup and place Twitch chat, and it kept auto-modding me for moron. I freaking love it. I love it, Gage. I'm telling you guys. I've said this before on stream. Papa Bezos Like when I went in and set up my moderation settings when I first started streaming, it was like, how strict do you want your stuff to be? And I'm like, the minimum possible. I want to not know that you're there unless something awful is happening, Papa Bezos. And he's like, I got you. I totally understand. Say less. We've got this down to a science. We've been doing this a minute. We're pretty darn good at it. You say vanish. You say be invisible. Done. Done. Your wish is on my command. Okay? And then the very, like right in the beginning, you know what? You know what got auto-modded? Right out of the gate. There's a clip about this somewhere. Loins. Someone said, I can't even remember off the top of my head, but someone said, gird your loins. And Papa Bezos went, oh my God. Like doing breathing exercises over there because someone said loins. Stop the presses. Oh my gosh, call the police. Get a priest in here. Someone said loins. And I was like, minimum, huh? Minimum engagement, minimum possible lightest touch. Moron, huh? That's good. That's a good one. Wi-Fi also went out at the same time? Something's up, username. Do you have Spectrum? Do you have Spectrum over there? Not sure my comment on the last video went through. Oh well, very thought-provoking. Wish I'd been there for the live version of the talk. That was from... I mean, I have it linked on the thing. That would be latest, if you guys don't know what Tink is talking about. This is the Gus talk that we posted on Monday, because there were a bunch of screw-ups with internet and all the rest of the jazz. So Monday. That was the last edit that was uploaded, the last Gus talk, and that was recorded. I want to say it was January of 2022. Yeah, I want to think January 28th or something like that. It says down in the description. I put down in the description of all of my videos when the original video was live on Twitch/YouTube, if it was like on YouTube, because there's a stretch there where I was only on Twitch. I wasn't on YouTube yet. So, you know, there's some overlap, but yeah, I have it on there. I think it's the beginning of, I think it's the beginning of 2022. And that was an important talk. So I'm glad that I got to it. I'm glad I got it edited, and I'm glad that you guys have found it valuable. Truly, I've received some very nice comments on it, and I appreciate your engagement with it, also with your sharing. For those of you who've like pulled it up and looped the video a couple times to like tell the algorithm this is a video that should get out there in front of more eyeballs, it's pretty great. More to say about that tonight as well. More to say about that. Capri Sun joke is living in the future. That's crazy. Silver, hello Silver. Not the undulations. That's what I'm saying, Silver. That's what I'm saying. It's kind of wild. It's honestly, keep an eye out. Hide your kids. Hide your wife. We're just gonna do throwbacks the whole night. It's all it's gonna be. It's gonna be something. I have Spectrum internet. That's Spectrum sucks, and they didn't even notify me. I put out a list in here in the Mafia Discord a little bit ago, complaining about the internet that went down for a week. You guys know this. And I listed a bunch of the dates that they put out service outage alerts, like specifically like the ones that they actually recognized. And there were dozens and dozens and dozens of other ones that they're just like, who, me? No. We're very good. Very good at the internet. No. Bastards. The bastards, so I'm saying. Looking sharp, Phil. My goodness, Phil, it's good to see you, my friend. Good to see you indeed. How are you going, sir? Gotta bounce and run. Hope you and yours are doing well. I should have read the rest of the comment. It's my fault. It's mine own doing. I'm grateful for you popping in. And if you're leaving your bandwidth, thank you for the lurk. Thank you very much, my friend. It was... If you don't get to hear it later, if you don't revisit the VOD, I'm grateful to have met you. I'm grateful for all that you've contributed to the community twixt that short time ago and today. And he's caught up to chat. Yeah. Hog, hello, Hog. Haven't been here in a while. What? What? Wait. Hang on. We're gonna find out. We're gonna see. That wasn't that long ago, Hog. That wasn't that long ago. How was your Christmas, huh? How was your New Year's? How's 2024 treating you so far? And you doing okay? You living? Dreaming? Crazy how much we're dependent on that. That's what's scary. Oh, the internet? For me, username, it's that my work is on the internet. When the internet went down, I was like, so I get to read? You mean I get to get caught up on planned projects? So I was just like taking notes for several talks that I'm working on that I'm going to be pushing in 2024. I got some pleasure reading in, which is something I don't get to do as often as I would like anymore. Now it's all just like research for talks mostly. The various books that I have cracked open are more often than not, way more often than not, there for research and not for funsies. So I'm not like lost without the internet, but it is also my work, so I kind of gotta do that. Missed a few streams? It's all right, Hog. You're here now. Can you give a talk on leadership? Done. In 2021? Where is that talk? Hang on. I'll tell you exactly where that talk is. Gus talks. Let's see. Leadership. Nope, that's friendship. Where is leadership? That's not it. Where is it? I didn't call it that. Crap. I know I talked about it in the original 3 videos. In the Ethos, Pathos, Logos. I know I talked about it in there. It's probably in the Courage and Violence section. Nope, there it is. Talks 46, 47, 48, and 49. A 4-part series on leading a meaningful life. It was in there. And I believe that is... You know, it's funny you ask. I believe that's on the chopping block to be worked on. I believe that is slated to be edited here in the next couple months. Let me check. This is something that I can find thanks to my having talked to my fabulous patrons about this already. Right here. That's not the file. Storage for edits. Am I wrong? Am I crazy? It is on the list. Yes. Okay. It's on the list. So, unfortunately, the best I can do is say that will be out sometime in 2024. Now that I've gotten faster at edits, it is my hope to release a YouTube video each week as we go. This, insider look for those of you who are here and care. So, if you're not subscribed on YouTube, subscribe on YouTube. I put out right now a new YouTube video every other weekend. This weekend is the other weekend, or the other weekend, whatever. Next Saturday, not tomorrow, is the next upload. And it's going to be It Takes Two. And in fact, that's already up on YouTube right now. There's a premiere scheduled for next Saturday. Not tomorrow, next one. What is that date? Hello? The 13th. That one's already scheduled, so, ready to rock and roll. And the next Gus talk is scheduled to go up the 27th. But yeah, every other week right now is killing me. I want to get it to once a week, but I don't currently have the backlog of stuff to guarantee that. Sucks, is what it is. But yes, it's an important thing, and I have spoken to it at length. There are, I would say, by way of putting a pin in this so that I can move on to tonight's topic, there are so many facets of what makes one an effective leader. And I speak to all of them. That is my purpose for being here, for giving the talks, for talking about doing life well. Well, in order to be an effective leader, to be a good leader, to be someone that people want to follow, should you be wired that way, you need to do the rest of all the life stuff, the humaning stuff well. You have to already be practicing all these other things. There is no read this book and you've got it. It's spend your entire life working on the disciplines required to be a functional human. Because before you can lead anyone, you have to have control over this one. So, it starts with getting in community and having an openness to hard mode discussions about all facets of life. It's not an easy or quick answer, but I don't offer those. Don't try to act like research reading isn't pleasurable. Yeah, yes, joke, but previously I would just read through the books and be like, ooh, this is all very interesting. Now I have to take notes. And my inclination is to like handwrite notes, and it takes so long. So I'm like, this is stupid, it's taking too long. I need to type instead, right? How do I hold open a book and type at the same time? The answer is I need to like, it's really stupid actually. I need to pinch the book open underneath my desk, like half under my desk and on my legs. And I need to like stand on my tippy toes so that it can reach, but it won't quite do it. So I have to like roll a towel. The logistics of this are very stupid. Put that across my knees, prop the book on there, then pinch it against the desk, then reach too far to type while I'm doing this. Quote. And it's awful. So it takes it away. I can't sit in my comfy, cozy reading chair and do it. Salt. I love that chair. Joke has sat in that chair. Joke has sat in my reading chair. I like that chair. You should be a high school teacher. All the kids would love you. Being a teacher's easy as long as the teacher isn't annoying. Being a teacher is easy as long as the teacher isn't annoying. Huh. You show up, talk for a bit, next class shows up. I have never, ever entertained the notion of being a high school teacher, but that is hilarious. I'm grateful for the vote of confidence, Hog. It means a lot. Thank you. Nas! Hello, Nas. It's good to see you indeed again, my friend. Good to see you indeed. I appreciate you looking out and gathering crayons. You know, we got several people around here who need them. It ain't just me. Like, we're feeding a village. You know what I'm talking about? You know what I'm talking about? Could have AI edit for you? No. No. Hire an editor. Yeah, I have an editor. My editor, I have a couple people working for me now, and they work on other projects. I do the Gus Talks. That's an important thing. The Gus Talks are my baby, and I work very hard to have those be my project. So that's what I edit. I've gotten much faster at it. It's just the last couple weeks have been very, like a lot of paperwork type stuff needed to get done. A lot of minutia sorts of things, a lot of upkeep, a lot of maintenance, things that have needed to happen for a while. A lot of backlog of tedious projects have needed doing. And then when the internet went down, I was behind for like a whole week in catching up on correspondences, which I finally did last night. I'm finally caught up on all of the correspondences, except for Rana, because Rana sent me a very technically difficult thing, and until I look into it, I'm not prepared to reply to him and say, did it, done, thank you very much, because I haven't done it, and that would be disingenuous. I mean, that would just be a straight up lie, but also I want it to sit there, so it's reminding me to work on this thing. But anyways, I am caught up. But this project has been the forefront of my attention for the past several weeks. In addition to everything else, I just couldn't work on it without internet. This is a very internet dependent thing. I'm going to talk to you guys about some of the logistics of making this and going forward, what I will be doing to streamline this Thank you, Downey. Thank you, Dano. Thank you, Dragon and Thumper. And who else was in that call? Even for moral support? Rezi, Ahmed. There's a lot. There's a lot that's coming, and I'm excited. I'm just excited to share it with you guys. Excited to share it with you. So, yeah. Can barely murder, drink water, take a lunch to work. You're asking a whole lot. I'm always asking a lot. That's the demands around these parts, Nos. You know, you've heard. You know what this whole hard mode thing is about. Audio record your notes, then transcribe them. I have literally never thought of that. I now have Studio that could transcribe the audio into actual usable text. It has never occurred to me to do that. I mean, I guess I haven't had the tool until recently, but Madame, your big brain is showing. Be advised. Think they make something that holds books open? I'm sure they do, Goose. I don't own whatever that is. Plus, even if there is something that holds books open, the problem is my keyboard is right here. I can't put my keyboard anywhere else. This is a fairly small desk, okay? It's not deep. There's no room for the keyboard to go if I were to have a book here. So I would, in any case, still have to have the book like on my legs. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Get a book stand. Like a stand to put like here or something, like an easel. Is that a thing? I don't have these things in my life, so wow, you know better. You know things that I don't. Swang hello, greetings, salutations, my friend. Golly, I hope you're well. By gosh, by golly. Where is, I wanted to change. Wanted to change that and see if that changes anything. Keep crowns well stocked. That's important. That's important. Maybe that's why I like you. You remind me of my teacher in a good way. You had a good teacher? Wow. Wait, unless that was, you said in a good way. Okay. What kind of teacher was it? Gen Ed? They don't have Gen Ed, and I don't even know what it's called in high school. I don't know these things. I don't know. Your boy needs a stiff drink. I tell you what, work? Oy, my guy. Or was it all the stuff we talked about the other day? Pull up the book online. When you need a quote, search for a few keywords, copy paste. A lot of the books are not online. A lot of the books, and even if they are, you can't like search the whole text because you have to pay for that. So I don't have a lot of digital copies of these books. That's smart too, though. Light bulb, yeah. Great ideas. Remembering water is not one of those. Yeah. Wireless keyboard? There's nowhere for the keyboard to go, regardless of whether or not it's wired, my guy. There's nowhere for it to go. Unless you mean like put it on my lap and then have the book in its place on the desk. Even then, that makes it even worse for me to type. That's, piece of plastic, really cheap, that would hold books open. The time I was copying, referencing things out of the Bible, so it's absolutely many years ago. Yeah, I don't know. I don't have anything that holds stuff open. Audio record everything I need notes for. I then transcribe them to a document. I don't have to stop what I'm doing either. That's super good, Nos. Super good. Civics teacher, huh? I don't know that I'd be, I mean, I don't know. I don't think I would, I don't know that I'd be the best teacher of civics. I would at least not probably present civics the way they would want me to. But anyways, and back. Welcome back, Vane. Okay, gang, here's what we're gonna do. We are going to jump into tonight's topic. I don't have unlimited time with you guys, so I have to look away. We have to stop chit-chatting about the high school because, as big a vote of confidence as that is, and I'm grateful indeed for the kind words, we need to get to the stuff. Okay, so I have this pretty darned slick project. Let me give you some background here. Okay, so I say to you guys all of the time, okay, and I'm gonna miss some chat here, so be advised, I apologize. If you really need to have me see something, please at me, ping me, if it's super important, or if I miss someone, could you guys make them feel at home, make them feel welcome, encourage them to grab a drink and grab a cozy blanket and a comfy chair, because we gotta be taco about. We gotta be taco about you people, and I don't got time to dally here. I don't got time to dally. Bootless hell, my friend. Speaking of fabulous humans, it's good to see you, my guy. It's good to see you. He is one of us. We get to taco about Bootless. Oh, wait, I heard a thing. How do I? Oh, am I being atted? I'm being pinged. Was this a test? This was not a test. Okay, mark as unread. Did you guys know that you can mark things as unread in the Discord? For so long, I was just like avoiding red dots on there like the plague, because I'm like, it's important and I need to get to, and I don't have time now. Oh, you can mark as unread. It's amazing. I didn't know that. Well, I'm grateful alert. When it rains, it pours. Stopping by to leave some bandwidth when I start throwing out apps. Thank you, my friend. I appreciate you like crazy. Good luck with the hecticness. Good luck. You can do this. You can do it. What do you mean, you people? I mean, you people. That's right. The ones without boots. You're busted, Buster. Taco Bell. We're Taco about it, indeed. 10 foot by 10 foot fuzzy blanket wrapped up in bed. There you go. Look at us. Very good. I click on everything. But I don't have time to follow up. And so if it requires a follow up, I'm like, all right, Mark is unread. I'll get back to it later. Maybe we'll talk about us. I hope you're well, Bootless. I hope you're well. Okay, so I know you hitting where it hurts. Ye bootless sort. Okay, guys. So you've heard me say. You guys ready? Are we comfortable? Are we cozy? We're gonna dive in. We have less than 2 hours left together. I've talked to a bunch of you guys. In particular, I've talked to my patrons about this, which is sort of an ironic group to be talking to about this, and you'll see why. But I've talked to my inner circle, be that my patrons or be that the people that I've just known the longest and that I know the best here in the Mafia community. I've talked a lot over the last 2.5 years of doing this now. I've talked an awful lot about what it means to support. Now, I have that next Gus talk that I mentioned that's already done, completely edited. It's loaded up. It's uploaded to YouTube. It's got a thumbnail and everything. It is sitting there waiting for its day. It's on value. Okay, it's a very good talk, very important talk. The editing process was a nightmare, as I've already told you before. I'm glad that it's done. It was from oldie Gus, okay, in his beige period. And it's a good talk. But some of the elements of that talk are things that I have dwelt on in many cases before and since, okay? Before I delivered it and since then. And one of the big things is, okay, here's a rhetorical question for you guys, because I know you guys know the answers, so you don't need to put it in chat. You can put it in chat if you want. You can. How does Twitch, we'll use Twitch here. How does Twitch highlight the top supporters of someone's channel? What does that look like? When you're on someone's Twitch page, how do you know who the most supportive, I hate to abuse the word here, but how do you know who the top supporters are on a Twitch channel? How do you know that? On the top, that's right, on the top bar, you see up there, and James, welcome, good to see you. You see up there, what? What is listed on the top up there? What is it that those people are highlighted for? You see handles and then you see numbers. What is it that Twitch recognizes as you or those people up there being the top supporters of a given channel? Top gifted subs, top bits, banner of some kind, bits, donos, and most gifted subs. Exactly. All those things. Okay. I have said for years to y'all, you've heard me say this before, I am not convinced that that is doing this any justice. I don't think it's doing us or this any good. I don't think it's doing this or us any favors. Because I think that is incredibly myopic. Incredibly myopic. I've said since the start, support financially if you are able. And if you are not able, please do not. There are a bunch of streamers out there who will have a whole bunch of reasons for pushing financial support, okay? And at the end of the day, finances are important. They are a necessary component of this thing. This is a business. For some people, this is a hobby. Let me get that out of the way right out of the gate here, okay? For some people, being a content creator, being a streamer is a hobby, and that's fine. If you are a hobbyist and you're doing this for funsies, maybe it's just for fun and you make no money doing it, or maybe you're an affiliate and you make some ad revenue every so often and you're like, whatever, I'm gaming anyways, and it's some free money. By all means. But if your goal is, like me, to make this a career, perhaps not a forever career, but a functioning career, where this is what you do full time. You put all of your resources and all of your time and all of your energy into growing this into something sustainable. Sustainable. What does that word mean? What is that word implying? Money, right? It implies money. It implies financial support. So yes, at bottom, there's a reason that I go out of my way to celebrate my patrons. And I'm so stinking grateful to all of you guys who have used the tip command. All of you guys who adopted plants, whether it was in 2022 or in the plant streams of 2023, all of y'all, you've bought merch, some of you, like, that is incredible, because all of that means that I have, you've heard me say it forever, a shot at a future being here. And yes, at the end of the day, those dollars matter. But I want to make an important distinction here. I brought up Twitch for a reason. Why? This is another rhetorical question, because a bunch of you guys, I know, you already know the answer. You all have big brains, okay? Just bulging out of your skulls. I know, okay? Rhetorical question. I'm going to answer it for the sake of time, okay? I know you know the answers. I don't know. Why does Twitch use those words that several of you said? Why does Twitch why do they calculate? Why do they register? Why do they tabulate bits and gifted subs, or just subs, or prime subs? Why do they do that? Oh, CJ's here. Hang on. CJ2. We get to call it CJ number 2. It's good to see you, my friend. Sorry, I'm holding forth here. Why do they do that? The answer is because everybody starts to get uncomfortable if instead of bits, it said pennies. Or dollars. Or euros. Or yen. Or whatever. Kroner. Whatever your currency is. People get uncomfortable when that's real money. All of a sudden, those are your hard-won dollars up on top of that screen. What about subs? Same thing. What is a sub, you guys? What is a sub? A bunch of you guys have had in your streams and in the streams of the people that you care about that are around and that you support. What is support again in this case? Financially support, right? Or you support with your bandwidth or the rest of the stuff that we're going to get into. Why is it that they call them a subathon? What is a sub? A sub is a subscription, right? Okay. It's a gifted subscription. So you get some emotes out of the deal, and that's pretty fun. Hooray. Why don't they say what it actually is? I have a list for my patrons. A list that pops up. These are my patrons. What is a patron? A patron is somebody who says, historically, this is a very oversimplification perhaps, but it illustrates my point here, okay? A patron, if you were to finish my phrase here, finish my sentence, what word pops to mind? Patron of the, what's the last word there? Arts. Exactly. Exactly. Patron of the arts. Why? Oh, Dragon's here too. We gotta call it Dragon. Dragon, it's good to see you, my friend. I'm lecturing here. Patron of the arts. What is a patron? A patron only came about, and this is a lot of this is discussed in that value video that's coming in a couple weeks here. Okay, it's already done. I want to give it to you so bad. Back in the day, every single person had to do everything themselves, but at some point, at some juncture, you start having room, surplus in agriculture and everything else, where some people can focus on something that is not absolutely necessary to Maslow's hierarchy of needs. Bare bones minimum survival, okay? So a patron was somebody who was wealthy, historically someone who had excess wealth, even in an era of want, right? Where they said, I want there to be something more than just survival in the world. I am willing to part with my dollars to see that it is. And you would patronize an artist, a sculptor, a painter, a singer, perhaps, a dancer, whatever it is. And you would fund them doing that. That means they won't starve to death while plying their trade, yeah? Okay. My patrons here are doing that very thing with this. Am I growing food here for you guys? No. All of the plants that I showed you, almost 201 will kill you, remember? Very poison, forbidden snack. Kira knows, forbidden snack, okay? Can't eat the plants. I am not doing anything that will tangibly, Maslow's hierarchy of needs, that's food, shelter, and water. I'm not providing those services to you. The people who support this endeavor, this project, this channel, this community, this experiment, this grand experiment, have decided this ought to exist. No, it's not food, shelter, or water. But if those things keep you alive, and here I'm not trying to pat myself on the back, and I'm not trying to put words in the mouths of the people who are supporting, but several people have articulated some version of this to me in an incredibly kind sentiment. The stuff that I'm teaching, the stuff that I'm bringing, the stuff that I'm discussing, the stuff that I'm airing, and the thing that I'm trying to build, the community that I'm trying to foster, makes life worth living. It makes life worth staying alive for. Friendship, relationships, romantic or otherwise. We need them. Need? What? Food, shelter, water. Need is... We need it. We need to human, and we need to human frequently, and we need to human well. Did you guys know there have been longitudinal studies done for forever on this, okay? Did you know that on the whole, like vast majority of people, I don't have the statistics, the exact numbers off the top of my head here. It's been a long time since I've cited this, but I have the spirit of this correct. You could look it up and look up the actual precise numbers if you care, okay? People who smoke and drink and partake of other generally decided to be unhealthy activities, smoke and drink is like the main two that they measured, but have close relationships and close friendships, live far longer than people who don't drink or smoke or do other generally unhealthy things, but live in isolation, but live solitary lives, but live lonely lives. We are built for this. We are wired for this. That lonely person might have Maslow's needs covered, food, shelter, water. But without this, they won't last long. The statistics bear that out. Now, are there exceptions to that rule? There's exceptions to every rule, chill. But my patrons have said, this, though not tangible, though I can't eat this, still breathes life somehow into my life. That's what patronage is. My patrons, I say this all the time, part with their dollars. I say dollars, I'm an American, okay? It's my go-to currency. They part with their hard-earned money. Why? I mean, I suspect people do it for a variety of reasons, but on the whole, why do they support it? Because they say this ought to be, it ought to exist. Well, okay, why do I explicitly call out money? Why do I explicitly say these folks have parted with their money? Not, thank you for the gifted. Now, I'm not trying to shame any streamers here. There's a ton of streamers in this community, a ton, okay? Some big, some little. It's shorthand. We use the words that are there to describe the thing. They're called subs in our channels, right? They're called subs. There's no like, you can't interchange the lingo and not confuse people. But what happens? You think this is an accident that Twitch has you confuse the language? You think it's an accident that Twitch makes you convert your dollars into bits? You think that's an accident? Do you think it's an accident that what you're gifting is not money? It's subs. You think it's a mistake? You think it's a typo? No, there are rafts of research that demonstrate that when it's not real, you are far more free to give it away. When you're holding dollar bills, okay? This is why credit is so difficult. I'm not going to go into all of this stuff. But when you have a credit card, you don't feel money anymore. You don't feel it. When you're holding cash, though, and the person says it costs this much, and you have to part with a physical object that was yours, and it is representation of value. Now it hurts to part with cash. The same thing is true here. Twitch knows it. All these other platforms know it. Bits. That's why every game these days, every video game, Apex is obviously my go-to example of this. They're Apex coins. Right? That's what you're using. That's your currency in the game. That's your medium of exchange. It's Apex coins. It's not dollars. It's not euros. It's Apex coins. Every game does that. Why? The exact same reason. They distance you from your money. And the less money-like it is, the more freely you will bandy it about. The less restraint you will show in tossing it. If it's cash in your hand, are you just gonna, whatever? No. The psychology is very clear on that. The research is very clear. The literature, very clear. But when it's bits, when it's subs, you're being fooled. Now, I'm not saying don't support how you can, where you can. But I've said, everybody knows this. Twitch, Papa Bezos takes 50% of your sub. Your sub. Your sub is $5, right? You give $5. That is deducted from your account. 50% of that doesn't make it to the content creator. And then Twitch takes more of that before they pay the content creator because they tax it. They pull out the taxes ahead of time. They tax the money before they pay you. So you gift a streamer $5 in one sub, right? That immediately is cut down to $2.50. And then they tax that. Actually, it's out of order. First, they tax the $5. Did you know that? They tax the $5. And then they take 50%. So you're taxed not on $2.50, you're taxed on $5. So by the time, oh, and then you have it now as a streamer, right? You cash out and you get that paycheck, that big old ad revenue paycheck from Twitch, whatever it is, you get your money from Twitch. And then you have to declare that as income when tax season comes. Which means by the time all is said and done, your sub that you received from a member of your community that wants to support you, that streamer is gonna see like $2 of that, maybe less. Maybe $1.75. Isn't that remarkable? And yet, the top supporters are measured in bits and subs. This brings me to the point of tonight's talk. I have said for years, I don't want you to be fooled. I don't want you to have some sort of dissonance between reality and this project. I want this to be very real indeed. I want this to be very down to earth. One of the other things I think about when I think of that banner up there that says, here's the top supporters. Oh, there's a hype train. I hate hype trains. Hate them. You know why? Can you guess why now that I've said all this? It creates tension. It creates peer pressure. All of a sudden a timer pops up and says, whoa, train is close. Someone's got to gift a sub. Someone's got to make it rain. Someone throw some bits in there. Yeah, a train is coming. If only one of you seeing this right now and seeing that timer, ooh, better hurry. If only one of you will jump in, you could be the hero. What if that person's not in a season right now where this would be a wise financial decision? You could love the streamer. You could love what they do. But there are stories out there, very sad stories of, yes, people who are being irresponsible with their dollars. Maybe they don't have a budget figured out, right? Maybe they don't have a great grasp of how money and finance works generally. Sure. Maybe there's a mental health aspect to it. Sure. But who initiated it? Twitch did. Twitch said, don't you want to get in on this? We'll give you an emote for a while. We'll give you a banner on the top, so long as nobody beats you, so long as nobody outgifts you. That's peer pressure. I don't want peer pressure. I hate that. The people who support this community that I celebrate all of the time with patrons. There's a reason that these are the ones that I call out. These people, and as well as the $5 patrons, okay? I'm gonna be talking more about that in a bit, but I can't brush over that here. This list and all of the $5 patrons in particular, okay? Like all the patrons from low to high, regardless of their gifting amount. Those are the ones that I will celebrate most highly, that I will cherish and prize most highly. Because those are the ones who have said, This is not a capricious, spurious, spontaneous, I'm in a mood. These are the folks who've said, I'm in. I've had a couple people say to me over the years now, since I monetized with Patreon, okay? They've said to me, hey, you know, the nice thing about Patreon is you really just sort of set and forget. And I just sort of forget about it and it goes into the background. And I said, please don't do that. Please don't do that. I talk to my patrons pretty frequently. And they know my heart on this. But the ones that I don't talk to super frequently, I'll reach out to periodically and say, hey, I just wanted to remind you, you still have an active sub going. Is that on purpose? Is that okay with you? Are you sure that that's something that you're still in a season for right now? It's totally okay if you're not. I want you to not forget about it. If the money, your hard-earned dollars are coming to me, and you have forgotten that, and you are no longer on board with, I want this thing to be a reality. I don't want them. I want you to be okay. I want you to be well. I want you to be secure in your life. I want you to be okay. First. Long before I would ever beg of a dollar from one of you, I would care first about you. I can bankroll this for a while longer still. This is a very expensive project. You guys who've been here a while already know. I'm not going to bore you with the details. But this project comes at significant cost to me and the Hot Bride. But you're worth it. You are, each of you, worth it. Whatever the cost, you're worth it. I do not want someone here saying, here's my last dollar because a hype train was coming. No. The purpose of this project that I started was explicitly for this reason. The people who support this channel financially, of their own volition and of their own sound mind, many of whom are on this list, and many of whom have been on this list for a freaking long time. They are the backbone of this thing financially, yes. They are in a season of their life right now where that's possible. Others aren't. And they support this project in very different ways. And in this coming year, I'm going to have a different list. And I'm going to show you guys how. I want to talk to you guys about how. I have an ambitious idea. That's what I'm going to be talking with you about tonight. That's what I'm going to show you the beginnings of. Last week, I was unprepared to show it in its current form, even. But I have since given much more thought to this in terms of expanding it. The breadth, the scope of this thing is enormous. And as far as I know, this will be an internet first. An internet first. Let alone a Twitch first, a YouTube first, a streamer first. This will be a first. It doesn't earn me any money to be working on this project. Okay? It's an enormous time sink, as I said at tonight's outset a little bit ago here. I could be editing. I've got a lot of stuff to get through. God, there's so many talks that I want to edit down and get to you guys so that you can have them. Because if you weren't here for the live, I want them to be of benefit to you anyways. They were good then. I think the material is important now. I could be editing those things. Why am I going to sink my time into this? Not because it's going to be a YouTube video that may someday earn some revenue. Maybe at some point we can have success on YouTube and make it to where there's other additional sorts of monetization type things. I don't know. But this is not going to earn me a dime. This is only going to cost me time and energy to make and then to maintain. It's worth it because you're worth it. You are worth my very best, and you are worth the time and the energy and the blood and the sweat and the anguish that it's going to take to make this thing a reality. This is why it's never been done. Because nobody else has sat down and said, you know what I ought to make a priority? Something that won't make me any money, but that celebrates my people. I want to celebrate my people. I want to celebrate you. This project started about a year ago when I sat down and I said, who are my people? You guys have heard me say the phrase a couple times around here. Maybe if you've maybe seen me in other streams. I've talked about this here with a few streamers, only a few. When I say to them, I want to be one of your 75. You know what that means? Those of you guys who have been around Twitch a minute, you know this. 75 is the average viewers that you have to hit and sustain. You have to maintain that. It can't all come because you got some sort of like ungodly large amount of raid and it pumps up your numbers. You have to demonstrate for like 3 months an average of 75 viewers across those 3 months over a bunch of streams. It can't be like one stream a month. There's a bunch of metrics, and that is the metric by which they determine whether or not you are eligible for partner on Twitch, okay? Now, a couple years ago, that used to mean you could get a 70-30 split. You would go from the trash 50-50 that the affiliates get, right? Papa Bezos takes 50% of your money, and the other 50% goes to the content creator that you choose to support. And you could upgrade to pay to partner, and they would then only take 30% of your money. It takes 75 average viewers to get there. Do you know what percentage of streamers are partner level viewership? It's very low. It's very low. It's very low. And then they changed it. Now only special people were going to be offered the 70-30 split. And there were even more special people who could negotiate something a little bit even better, like 75-25, 80-20 for some of them. Big names, like 3 people in the world could get special treatment, okay? And then they took away 70-30 altogether, across the board. Last year, I believe, they said no more 70-30 for anybody. I don't care who you are or what you do or how long you've been doing it. 50-50. And then they put out the most cringy, tone-deaf statement ever conceived and ever put out by the platform to defend it. Anyone know what it was? Anyone know what? It wasn't Emmett Shear who said it. It was the new guy. It was the new guy who put it out. Wait, is Emmett Shear the new guy? I'm confused. I'm turning myself around. Anyways, this is a new guy. Like right when he stepped in. First thing he did as only the second ever CEO of Twitch. You know what he said? We are going to 50-50 because it costs money to run this. No. Also, it's super good to see you, Deep. It's super good. Hello, Ayo, welcome in, Key. It's good to see you. Oh my god. Okay, sorry. I'm way out of chat, you guys. I'm gonna lose my train, and I don't have unlimited time with you guys tonight, so I'm flying, okay? No. He said, yes, we're in it together. He said the 50-50 represents the partnership. The 50-50 represents that we are in this together. Are you kidding me? $70-30 gone. I digress. Twitch is trash. Have I mentioned that? I'm not affiliated with Twitch. in a technical and literal sense, you know, in a metaphorical or literal sense, I'm not affiliated with them, so I can say all this stuff I want. Plus, I'm on YouTube right now, multi-streaming. So if I get like disappeared from Twitch right now because like he said a bad thing about us, you can find me on YouTube. I ain't going anywhere right now. I'm diversified and I'm supported by patrons, so my money is also not tied up in Twitch, so they can't hurt me. Okay, and that's because of you, fabulous humans. Gotta say, it's awfully great to be able to say that. But why did I say that I was going to be one of somebody's 75? What does that mean? Is it to reach partner status, which now doesn't mean anything monetarily? Now you get like slightly less awful customer assistance if you're a partner. Like there's really no benefit to being a partner. Like especially after this new thing came into effect. Anyways, digress again. Why is it, or how is it that someone gets to be a partner? If they've got 10 viewers, 15, 25, 30 viewers on average, and they've got a bunch of diehards in their channel who gift hundreds of subs, they've got thousands of followers, and everybody's got a sub because there's some whales in the chat who are handing them out, baby, you get a sub, and you get a sub, and you get a sub. And that person has all these subs. Is that how they hit partner? Nope. No, it's not. It's 75 average viewers. Who are my 75? Who here? Who here is in my 75? I'm not going to hit partner. Especially now that there's no 70-30 on the other end of it. I'll never monetize on Twitch. It's just not going to happen. But figuratively speaking, who's in my 75? 75 average viewers. That is, which of you are in a group of 75 people who are here every stream for a month? Well, if you can't be here every stream, okay, maybe it's unrealistic. Maybe you work one of the nights, maybe you're away from a computer, maybe you have a night that actually, maybe you have like a Saturday night, Saturdays we do no technology. We unplug, it's a family thing, and we spend time together, and there's no like technology, and we have like we go camping, like whatever it is. Maybe you have an unplug time during the week, and that happens to conflict with, okay, so 75 doesn't cut it then, right? So we need something else. So maybe it's 90. Say it's, for easy numbers, 100 people who are here most of the time. Which of you are in my 100 people? Have you ever thought about that? For any streamer, not just me. I want to emphasize this too. I've already said this a bunch tonight about this is not like the streaming stuff doesn't apply to me. A bunch of you guys are creators. That's all true here, okay? Take this and apply this to any content creator that you think ought to be on the internet. Ought to continue to have a future doing this. Ought to make it. How many of you have thought, I'm gonna be in this insert creators here, I'm gonna be in their 75, in their 100. I'm gonna be the anchor. Because that is the most important thing when it comes to at least monetization, upgrade, status thing on Twitch. Concurrent viewership. It's a kingmaker system, by the way. I don't know if you guys know what that means in a technical sense, but a kingmaker system means, especially before they started adding recommended, they didn't have the recommended thing for the longest time, and it still remains the case that by category and all that jazz, you are more likely to be seen if you have more viewers. That's just how it works, okay? The assumption is the most entertaining version of the gameplay of insert game here comes from the streamer with the most viewers. So they're going to recommend that to new viewers or browsing viewers because they want them to stay on the platform and not close out of their Twitch tab, okay? So it's a kingmaker system. What does that mean? It means that they reward the successful. if you're not successful, there's no shot. There's no discoverability on Twitch. It's gotten slightly better with the recommended feed area thing. Slightly better. But in terms of social media platforms and streaming platforms, Twitch's is hands down the worst. No question, it's indisputably the worst. If you got 3 viewers, you'll never be found. If you've got 75 average viewers, though, if you got 100 average viewers, though, it's a chart of exponential increase, okay? There's very little, very slow, and at some point, you hit a certain number where you start getting on everybody's recommended, and where you are on the top of every category, and then it takes off. You have exponential growth, okay? That's how the trajectory works. So for discoverability, for the purposes of discoverability, you are the most important thing that a streamer has. It's not you gifting subs. It's not you throwing bits. It's you being here with your bandwidth. That is why I have made such a big stinking deal out of your bandwidth for 2.5 years. It's because that's what matters in this system. Your bandwidth. I want to emphasize that phrase really quickly, because where I'm going next, you're like, but you just said in this system, in the Twitch system, in the discovery system, that's what matters. There's a bunch of facets to this, okay? A ton of facets to this. And I'm going to be talking about a lot of them right now. But when it comes to those, when it comes to these existing systems, like Twitch in particular, your consistency in showing up with a tab open for a streamer that you like is the gold standard. It ain't subs, it ain't bits, it ain't hype trains. It's you having a tab open. There's a bunch of streamers out there who, when you lurk, you type in on the channel. Does it work if I do it? Ha, yeah. All right, awesome. You see that phrase? You see my wording on this? This was the very first command I ever made when I got Stream Elements. This was the very first thing that I had for the support and the bandwidth. The support is the vote of confidence of you even having the cognizance. I always wanted to be a gangster. Oh my gosh, YouTube subscription, huh? Hey, I'm grateful. I'm grateful for you being in on the YouTube life. It means a heck of a lot. Again, I do not take that lightly. I'll be talking about that some more. And the bandwidth. You have my thanks. I waste neither lightly. There's a bunch of streamers out there who will have some version of wording when you do that, when you lurk on their channel, that says, thank you. Lurkers, how many of you have seen some version, some variation of this? Lurkers are the backbone of this stream. I think, doesn't yours have that, Leanne? Doesn't yours say something like that? Someone says lurkers are the backbone of this stream. I could be wrong about it being Leanne's. Maybe it's Firebane's. Somebody in the Veterans Entertainment team has something like that. And the phrasing is like, lurkers are the backbone of this stream. Everyone says that, right? But I mean like the specific phrasing, that specific wording. Someone says the backbone of. And I'm like, I like that. Because it's true. You might think a lurk is just whatever. But Goose is right. Friends before frames is a reason that I made that a catchphrase of mine within the first week of me being a streamer. That was 2.5 years ago, by the way, and I have merch. So if anyone comes out later and is like, I invented the phrase friends before frames, I got you beat by years. Chill. Friends before frames. It's an important thing that I do not take lightly. Others do. Wrongly so. I want to celebrate the people who have supported this project financially. And I do, because holy crap, I gotta reach financial viability in order for a business to exist. That just goes without saying, right? That just goes without saying. But I don't think that's enough. I'm convinced that that's not enough, and I can prove to you that that's not enough. That's what I've spent the last year working. Saying to myself at first, it's awesome that I have commands for the people who support financially. It's awesome that I've sent thank you letters, perhaps, to a couple people that I know who have done things outside of dollars per se that is of contribution to this. But what does that look like? And I asked myself a question. Who among you, who out there is slipping through the cracks of my gratitude? This is not something that other streamers are asking. On the whole, I'm sure there are maybe one or two out there. But on the whole, there are not streamers wringing their hands going, who isn't getting recognized? But I am. I'm wringing my hands about who here is not getting recognized. Which is why I have now undertaken to make this a much more robust system than the... Now, in hindsight, and now that I'm about to show it to you guys, an embarrassingly simple, an embarrassingly archaic execution of this, okay? Now that I know what is technically possible, and I am in the works with several of you big brains out there, like you tech smart sorts with the big crinkly galaxy brains, you guys, you lot. Now that I am in talks with y'all and I know what is like possible to do with technology here, I'm just like, I've spent a year working on this. And you're telling me. So anyways, a lot of this is going to be automated in the future, but it won't come without coding, without creating systems, inventing systems that pull the data that I need and then run the calculations that I desire. These stats don't exist on the internet because no one cares about these stats. Except me. I care about these stats. And to their, I'm not going to name names, but it also matters to the credit of the few people that I have shared with, that I have talked to, the very few people that I have talked to, my explicit plans for this, who are creators. They go, the very few have said, I want that too. I would love to celebrate my people in the way that you are envisioning celebrating yours. It just hadn't ever occurred to them. Or perhaps if it had in some sort of fever dream, it seemed technologically out of reach. It's just an impossibility. It's just something that you have in your brain. And yeah, wouldn't it be nice, right? But it's not real. I want it to be real. You are worth me finding a way to make it real. I want to find a way to quantify contribution. I asked at the outset, how does Twitch do it? Bits, subs, right? That's their system. And those things are very easy to quantify, right? They're tedious, they're annoying. I have the like bank statements and stuff, and PayPal that the tip system goes through, Stream Elements logs a bunch of that type of stuff, right? But there is no, hey, download this into a comma separated value spreadsheet that I can run totals from. Or certainly there isn't like on their interface, hey, this person has done this all time. They also haven't done, hey, this person has done this in 2022, 2023. 2024 so far. The month of December. There's none of that. I want to quantify contribution beyond just yes, what I've manually done for a year is I have gone in and I have meticulously and painstakingly calculated dollars and cents on an individual basis. I have gone in, I have found the records, gotten out a calculator, and punched in individual things. Because I don't know anything about technology, okay? Nobody is shocked by that. Ain't nobody here is like, hey, that's not a thing. You don't, okay? What? Ahem, what? So I have calculated these things. I have calculated painstakingly done these tasks. And now I am contracting again with some of you big brain sort to automate a lot of this. But I had not done any of that. And there's a reason. I wanted this to be a surprise. I've been working on this in secret by myself for a very long time. Some of you guys have known about pieces of this, but not most of you, and certainly not the scope of this project. And the rest of the time we have here together, I'm going to be showing you guys what I have so far and the scope that I'm after. And if your brain starts to hurt at some point in here, join the club, okay? And if you go, well, that's impossible, then your attitude fits right in with, I'm sure, every other person on Earth. But that's not good enough for me. I'm dreaming big here because you're worth it. I'm trying to quantify what it means to support the Mafia. What is the Mafia? Our titular question for the evening. What even is the Mafia? It's very different than other projects, than other communities. For its aims are. Its purposes differ wildly from that of other content creators and other communities. Some people just want to vibe, right? Some people, and I have a talk coming up where I'm going to really dive into this, so I'm not going to do too much here. Some communities just want to game. Some communities are just about networking, tons of those. Some are about a particular business, a particular ad sort of system or setup or service. A lot of them are some sort of business-oriented thing like that. It's for a purpose. It's a sponsorship grouping of sorts. All that, okay? This community, you may have noticed, even if you're new here, is run a little bit different, okay? I want to talk for a moment about the Mafia community Discord. If you're in the Discord, if you're not in the Discord right now, links are in the usual places, okay? I'm not going to insult your intelligence with finding them. There's commands and all that jazz. You can find it, okay? You can find the Discord. And if you can manage the rules, you could do far worse. For those of you who are in, and you're not on horrible mobile right now, where you don't have any ability to pull tabs or whatever it is, you don't have multiple windows, pull up the Discord for me, would you? Pull up the window of the Discord. And then click on, say, confabulating. Or better yet, Friends of the Family. Ooh, we can look at the doggos, okay? Click on the Friends of the Family channel. Right over there in the Discord, okay? We all there? Everybody clicked on that? Text channel over there. Friends of the Family. You're looking at the doggos. You're throwing emotes at CJ number 2's dog and Vapor's dog. The Vapor's dog, Bella, if I'm remembering correctly. I don't know if you're here, Vapor, but correct me if I'm wrong. I haven't been paying close attention to chat, and therefore I don't know who all is here. But I believe Bella is the name. Okay, I believe Bella is the name. Oh, good. We're all throwing emotes. Excellent, excellent. And we're throwing emotes at the doggos. Good, excellent. Okay, so we're all there. Cool. Now I want you to direct your attention to the right of the Discord. You see the structure over on the right, the list of who all is here, right? You see the the human list over on the side. How many of you are part of a Discord for a massive streamer? Massive streamer. Someone who's in like the top 100 streamers. They've got millions of subscribers or followers rather, or whatever, and they've got thousands of concurrent viewers all the time, maybe tens of thousands. How many of you are in or have been in one of their Discords? It can't be a rhetorical question, but you can raise your hand if you want to. I have seen some of those. I've seen some, okay? I am not in any anymore. I have briefly been in a couple. I've been in some big business ones that I was invited to, and then I was like, yeah, I don't want that. If you ever find your way into one, you will find something that is a choice, not one that I want to make, and it's not one that I made. Look over on the right again, you see the list? You see this me on the top, okay, this is Godfather. That's just so people can know, okay, if I have to direct a question at the person in charge of this, who the heck is in charge? Who the hell is Six? I'm Six, that's me. Hello. My name's Gus, or Six, or Godfather, or Hey You, or Guy with the Tie. But that's the organizational sort of thing you can look up there, okay? There's me. And then you see these tiers underneath. I'm gonna give you this example. In these giant Discords, massive, there's thousands and thousands and thousands of people. Who is the category right below the streamer on the top? Okay, maybe they've got mods for the channel. So there's like a couple mods there, right? So they got like 5 or 6 or 10 or 20, depending on how big the streamer is. And those are all mods right there, okay? Who's the one right under that? It's subscribers. It's the financial supporters. You get status in those Discords when you give money. When and only when you give money. So I had some people over the course of this time that I've been monetized. I monetized at the beginning of 2022, right? I think, yeah. Beginning of 2022, I monetized. And that's because there were a couple folks here who pushed me to do it. They insisted that it be done. Joke, Jen, Thumper among them. Okay. Ryan was there. Chef was there. People said, you have to monetize. You have to do it. Okay. Monetized. In the interim, I have had a couple people who have come in out of nowhere. First day here, first time seeing the stream, and they go, hey, I like the cut of your jib. I like your suit. I think I like what you're doing here. I want to get in on this Patreon business that I've heard so little about. And so they do. And I'm like, oh, that's very generous. And they jump up to like family. And I'm like, and if you guys have never checked out the Patreon thing, okay, look. Yeah. Patreon. You can look at that if you want to. But what you'd see is you'll see different tiers of support, okay? Depending on where you're at, what season of your life you're in, different levels of support, right? So if you look on that, you'll see that family is massive. That's $50 a month. That's big. That's big, okay? That's as high as it goes. There's no access higher than that, all right? I had someone come in out of nowhere and say, I'm gonna be family. And I'm like, oh, that's crazy. I'm super grateful, but geez. And they're like, oh, I like it. I like what you're doing. Ready, set, go. And they jump in. And a couple days later, they go, hey Gus. Yeah, come here. I go, hey, what's up? Talk to me. Talk to me, new friend. Am I getting your name right? Am I pronouncing your name right? Barely know the person. And they say, hey, I'm supporting it family. And here, go back to the Discord. Go back to the Discord right now. Wait, we got a new join? Who the? Silver! Welcome on in, Silver. Mafia, yes, you know what must be done. All right, now you guys can shift your attention to the text tab that says greetings, salutations all up in the top left. And you can yeet a sticker at Silver. Silver, be warned. The Mafia shows welcome by way of stickers, so expect your notification to blow up for like legitimately 2 weeks. That's just the way it's going to happen. Your notifications are absolutely going to go nuts. This is the way the cookie crumbles. There's no good deed that goes unpunished, you know? Oh, anyways. Okay. You're all on that channel. You've all thrown stickers. Yeah, you've been warned is right. Now, look over again on the right. Look over on the right. You see the category? What's right beneath Godfather? Family, right? So, I had this person go, come here. Hey, I'm in family. Patreon, right? How come I'm not in family up there? I'm not, you forgot to change my name is still down on the bottom over there. I joined the Discord, my name's still down on the bottom. How come it's not purple? How come it's not up there? It's because those ranks have nothing to do with the Patreon. Those ranks have zero to do with financial support of this project. Zero. It's not even a part of it. It's not even a factor for it. It's not even a consideration for that hierarchy. You know what that list is? I've only said this a couple times because it's only been asked a couple of times. That list is, if I had to go away for a week, if I had to go away for a stretch, wasn't around, and this has happened, right? The beginning of 2023, Hot Bride and I, oh, Tech is here. Hello, Tech. Thank you, Leanne, for calling out Tech. I'm looking away from chat, Tech, because I'm lecturing here. I'm holding forth, but it's good to see you, my friend. I don't have too much longer with you guys, so I gotta focus here. I gotta focus up. This is why I can't look at chat, because I'm gonna lose my train of thought. Right. If I had to go away for a while, for a spell, that list asks the question of each person on the member list for 300 plus people now. I have gone through that entire list, and I frequently do. Frequently, I go through that list, probably once a week, okay, of all 300 plus of you. And I look at each name and I go, if I had to leave for a week, how much trust could I place in that person? How much, to what extent can I trust that that individual, that handle, that name will keep the lights on and conduct business as I would want business conducted? Not as they see fit, not, ooh, he's gone, party, baby! Bow, bow. How much can I trust that that person understands me and my vision for this project, for this community, for my people? How much could I trust that person with my people? Could I give this person the keys in my absence? Not, do I like them? Do I know them super well? Can I trust them with this? Did I make one mention of dollars in that? Freaking no. Dollars are useful. Dollars are useful for a lot of things. And in fact, I talk about this a bunch. This is skin in the game, right? The people... Dollars are nice. Thank you for the tip. Nice. Very nice. Very clever. Very nice. Very nice. It takes dollars to make this thing work. So I will always be grateful for them. But you can see, and you've heard me espouse now, that will not be the metric by which I measure ultimate success or contribution in this community. It's one of them. Don't get me wrong. All my patrons are right now like, I am feeling a bit like, no, No, I gush about my patrons for a reason. My patrons make it possible. Again, I can't. All the rest of this, all the rest of the stuff, you could look at it this way. All the stuff I'm about to show you, this spreadsheet that I made, all the stuff that I'm calculating, all the stuff that I'm trying to quantify, I can't do any of that without the people who have supported financially. I can't do it. As much as I want to, I can't. So I am grateful. Super stinking grateful. If you tip, if you have a subscription style support, whatever. Buy the merch. Thank you. But that system in the Discord is much closer to what I'm after when it comes to celebrating you guys. Now, look at that list again. I'm gonna call out a couple people here. I didn't ask them for permission with this, so I hope either they're not here, or if they don't like being in the limelight, they've got a paper bag or something. I don't know. Whatever your cope is, I hope you've got some copium on hand, because I'm gonna talk about you unprompted, okay? You're looking at that list? There are people, these ones I won't name. If you scroll down over on the members list over on the right, yeah? You see the categories? There's family, there's capos, there's crew, a little further down, there's associates. I'm not trying to insult anybody. Please don't feel insulted. I'm trying to explain myself. I want there to be transparency in this because I want this to be clear. I'm not going to not say something true because it may possibly offend a couple people, okay? This is true. This is how I operate. This is how it works. If you scroll through that associates list, you'll see that it's pretty long. And those are just the ones that are online, right? There are people on that list that I have known for years. There's people on that list that I have known from before I was a streamer. I've got the list, I'll show you. I've got the age list, the chronology of when certain people joined. I've got people on that list that have supported financially in a big way. Oh, big tips. They're here with their bandwidth. Some of them with a lot of their bandwidth. But I've never had a conversation with them. Never. Or maybe once. Maybe we had a quick chat in a Twitch chat somewhere on this channel, someone else's channel. Maybe we had a quick interaction. But I've never heard from them. Remember my metric? You remember what my question is for that list? Can I hand you the keys to my baby? Can I hand you the keys of my project, of this community? Can I hand you the keys? Again, none of this happens without support. Bandwidth, dollars, all those things. But there's something more. There's something else in there. If you're in a season of your life right now where you've got disposable income, or you make the decision, you're like, I might not have like disposable income. I don't have fun money, but I think this thing should exist. I think it's valuable, and I'm going to vote with my dollars to say so. That's one thing. And that means a lot. And again, this doesn't happen without you doing that. But if I don't know you, chances are you don't know me. And it means I can't give you the keys. There are people on that list that I am acquaintances with, is what effectively that list is. I might know you by name. Maybe you pop in chat from time to time. And maybe again, you pop into chat a lot. But I don't know you. That person I mentioned, they became family. And they said, hey, how come my name's not purple? Right? Scroll back up there. How come my name's not purple? I'm in the Patreon. I'm at the family tier. How come my name's not purple up at the top of the list for everyone to see? And I said, well, that's not how it works. It's not how it works. That's not the metric, that I use around here. And they went, oh, okay. And then they ended their patronage. They ended their patronage. And I haven't seen them since. Do you see? Now, here's where I call out individuals by name. You're looking at that list again? You're scrolled back up to the top. You see the top of the list? Do you see the family there? It's perfect because she says do not disturb on the list. Actually, there's 2 of them. It's perfect. It's perfect that you're both there on the list. You can't hide. Everybody can see them now. It's perfect. You can't even like log off and hide your names. They're known. Yeah, you, Skittles. Skittles is multifaceted. She's a multifaceted supporter. Okay? Skittles has supported this project financially in the past. It's not my aim to embarrass her here. It's my aim to celebrate her. Something in particular that about Skittles to remark upon is I have never had to remind her, like ever historically, like, hey, did you forget about the sub or anything? She's always conscious of her money. She has a budget, and it's a tight budget, and she keeps a tight ship. She runs a tight ship. And she said, this should exist. But set aside the money for a second, okay? Set aside the money. I said she's multifaceted. I want to celebrate one thing in particular with her. Skittles is, many of you have heard me call her already, the chief steward of the Mafia Minecraft server. I stood up a Minecraft server sometime last year, and it's been great. I don't know the first thing about Minecraft. I'm useless. She helped me set it up. She helped me organize it. She helped me put order to it. She helped me establish the rule system. I ran my ideas by her on how to decide who gets in and who's allowed into the server. I talked to her about all of this stuff. We have there's so much text in the DMs of her explaining things to me Barney style in a way that I could understand. And her holding my hand through a bunch of stuff like, okay, guys, it's time to upgrade the server. But just when you do, you're going to click on a button and it's going to break. But okay, just follow. Don't panic. Breathe. You're going to have to go to this and click this file. And then it's all going to work. Okay, it's going to be fine. I got you. And then she made the Minecraft server a home for people. She's made it comfortable. She's made it fun. She's made it inviting to new people. She has held my hand through countless Minecraft streams. Well, not countless, there haven't been that many of them, but you guys know for at least all of them last year, she had to put up with so much crap from me. You guys know what a steward is? I use that word a lot. You guys know what a steward is? A steward is somebody who is a stand-in for the owner. Skittles speaks with my voice in the server. It's not her server, it's my server at the end of the day. Right? I have the power of life and death over the server. I could turn it off. I'm not going to. But I could. She makes the whole thing run. It doesn't happen without her. It does not happen without her. Skittles supports the Mafia with that way more than she could ever financially. Like way more than already her like staggering financial support over the time that I've been privileged to know her. Her incredible generosity. Far and away above that, I can celebrate someone like Skittles because of what she does, even if this was all she did, and it's not. But even if that's all she did, her being someone that I can trust with my server and my people and my time and my effort is massive. Skittles is an MVP. Skittles is going to be on the family list. There's another person I want to call out. Pull up the Discord again. Go over there, look at the list. People are like leaving the Discord. Oh God. Up there in the family list, again, hers also says do not disturb. This is fabulous. Perfect example. I love it so much. Place. Place has, I'm not gonna like talk about people's personal lives on here, but Place is a busy gal. She got a lot going on in her life, okay? There's a lot to Place's world. So does Skittles, incidentally. Two good examples here. Both of you are great examples here. Kira, it's super good to see you. Lecture holding forth here, but welcome in, my friend. Place has supported this channel in so many ways. None of which are financial. There she is at the top of the list. Place is not in a season right now. She budgets very carefully. She is very intentional about where she spends her money. She's very careful. That's a season of our lives that we will all of us go through, okay? That is just a part of life. If you're not in a season of want right now, you're headed for one. That's life. She is not in a season right now where she can support this thing financially and be responsible in doing so. I don't want her to support financially. Therefore, you heard me say that before. She supports this community like crazy. I have talked about Place with several people, some of the technological people that I was trying to explain my vision to when I was contracting to try and get this vision out there, this project started and automated. I talked about Place because Place has been in a bunch of games. She's in chat all the time. She's at the CNR, the Cosa Nostra Rendezvous, and I want to talk more about that. But there are other things that she has done that are perhaps even more valuable than all of those things. And now I'm finally going to bring up the chart so you can see. All right, it's been a long wait. I want to show you what I have started to compile. It's not done, not even close. But you'll see what I'm after with the Place example here, okay? Ready? You ready for this? Screen share. Reset window cap. This is the list. This is the start of a list. This is you guys. And it goes on and on and on. And it's not everybody. That's important. That's important. I'm going to say this at the outset before we look at it anymore here. This list does not contain everybody. For a bunch of you guys, I just met you. Okay? So it's the same thing as the Discord. If I don't know you, I can't hand you the keys. Is sort of how I'm picturing it. Okay, that's the lens by which I'm viewing this. It's not, you're not a good person. It's not, you're not rich enough. It's not, you're not popular enough. None of that. None of those things, okay? I need you to, whatever chafing you're experiencing under the notion of maybe I'm not on the list, it is probably because I don't know you. There's also the instance where I have missed people, and that has happened. For the last couple days, I have been scrambling to rectify several names that were just missing, and I needed to go back through and change a bunch of stuff. And so, like, straight up, if I'm looking at this list and I look over at chat, I'll be like, oh crap. Ah, shoot. Like, that's very possible. You know why? It's because this isn't automated. It's because I did all of this by hand. It's because I went in and I quantified all of that is here, and I found and searched for each of these pieces of data manually by myself, okay? So, it's one of those two things. Either, I don't know you, or I'm an idiot. But on the whole, this list follows the same rule as the Discord. What was my question earlier? Who are my top 100? Who here are my 100? Well, that's actually kind of tough to answer. This list started a long time ago. And when I started it at the beginning of 2023, my mind went to, well, these are the people who are my diehards right now. Yeah, but what about the people who were my diehards back in the beginning? What about the people who made all of this possible? The people on whose shoulders I now stand? What about them? Are they less important? What about my, like, it's the 3 average viewers to get you to affiliate status, right, guys? And I'm not affiliated, but, you know, I'm eligible for affiliate. What about the 3 average viewers who got me there? Who are my 3? What about them? Is their contribution not important? It is important. So, here's the unnuanced, crude version of how I did this, okay? I went on this list, hang on, right here. I went on this list and I scrolled. Scroll, scroll, scroll. Or this list. I did this list too. And I scrolled, scrolled, scrolled to the very bottom, which is where I am right here. And I went, do I know you? 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 To every single one of you. There are now, apparently, by the way, I haven't got to thank Peripheral. Peripheral, you followed off stream. If you hear this in posterity or if somehow you're hiding in the shadows here and you're hearing this, thank you for the follow. I take follows very seriously. You followed off stream, so I can't thank you personally. I also don't know who is responsible for such a thing. Did you find us on YouTube? Did someone refer you? Did someone do a shout out in their stream? Frickin' Downey, what a gentleman. Peripheral. I just learned this yesterday when I was finishing up some numbers on here. You guys know I don't typically look at my numbers. I want to look at y'all's numbers. But I could not avoid seeing this number that popped up when I jumped into Stream Elements. I now have 1,200 followers. Exactly. It like rounds on Twitch. Like once you hit like 1150, it says you have 1,200. Like they don't do like more precise than that. 1.2K. But apparently I am like, I thought it was a mistake. I was like, no, stupid, don't round like Twitch does. It turns out there are 1,200 of you exactly. I went through 1,200 of you. One by one. At the beginning of the year, there weren't 1,200 of you. I didn't need to go through 1,200 of you then, but I have gone through 1,200 of you since then. Total. And then several times. And I went, do I know you? 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 That's the very basic version of what this list is. Starting with the original. Right there, that's Matt. That's Matt. Matt. Yesy Fausti. Me. Disappointment. Glad your mother made the list. Yes, my mom followed me. Yep. My mom followed me. Before I was a streamer. Before I started streaming. This is funny. A bunch of you guys have like looked at someone's streaming list and you're like, wow, it took them a really long time to make it as a streamer. If one of you who's never streamed before were to start streaming now and you looked at your chart of success, they'd be like, God, that person started all the way back in 2014 when they made their Twitch account and they're just now getting affiliate eligible. Ooh, they suck. It does not take into account that you've never streamed before. It doesn't know when you start seriously streaming. It doesn't know any of that. It just knows you have an account. You must be a streamer. You are a streamer. Look at you. You began in, like, it's ridiculous. Preemptive time check. Holy crap. Okay. Yeah. That's not what I wanted to go to. That's what I wanted to go to. This list includes people that, yeah, before I was a streamer. These are people who followed me on Twitch. Actually, it goes to right here. None of these people followed me until these people all followed me when I had a Twitch account. There's a story behind Fizz. I can't tell you the whole story. But I knew all these people ahead of time. And once I had a Twitch account, they all followed me over the course of time, okay? The first person who followed, after I started streaming, it's right here. Now, is JD, who you guys have seen in the recent weeks, is JD my very first follower? No. JD, because this is ordered, by the way, right here. I can sort this category by whatever I want. I can sort all of these things. When you joined the Discord, whatever, I can alphabetize it. This is ordered by when followed me on Twitch, okay? JD is the first person on this list after I started streaming. Where is he? Right here. That I know. WTF Chuck. I have no idea who that is. Having a clue. Parker, no clue. Join Dropper, don't know. Okay, there's a bunch of people on this list. I don't know who they are. It's possible that I never knew who they were, or it's possible that they were briefly around and then vanished. This list is who has made this possible. Now, what are the things I'm going to be automating is I want to pull in everyone, and I want to pull in the stats on everyone so that I can have a comprehensive list that goes from 0 to hero, as it were, okay? But to do that, I need to invent metrics. Yes, to invent metrics. So here, let me show you this. Oh, that's not it. I want to walk you through. That's still not it. Where's my window cap? Well, that is it. It's a crazy person. Don't mind me. I want to walk you through some of the stuff on here. Followed me on Twitch. That's cool. That's a fun metric. Look, it goes back. And then I have this little thing that is how many days you've followed me on Twitch. I went ahead and put in here my Titanfall stream. My first Titanfall stream was my camera debut, which was fairly early on. And that came as a result of me deciding that I was going to be a for realsies content creator, okay? Oh my gosh, it's Dano. Speaking of the big brains. Yeah, you, Dano. Big brain, big giant galaxy brain. Okay. I'm missing chat. So if you guys are saying anything important in chat, I keep reiterating that. I'm not seeing chat. I don't have the time. I'm going to catch up on it later. It can't be tonight. I'm already thin on time. Okay, I'm thin on time. So I do know about all that. You're welcome. Titanfall 2. I sort of began my streaming career right here, okay? So I have streamed, I have followed me, as it were, for 954 days. This will calculate, okay? And these are auto-calculated numbers here for today's date. At least this one column auto updates. It's ridiculous. This is all the stuff I'm trying to automate, friends, okay? And I can look at how many days this person has followed me. And that's interesting, right? That's an interesting list. That's an interesting, that's an interesting metric. And that's fun. And it's not nothing. How long someone's been around, that's a big to do. Especially when it's someone like JD who's on that list and still shows up. But you know what's more impressive than that? Scroll down a little bit right here. Thumper. Thumper followed in August. And Thumper has been here for basically every stream but 2 or 3. Since then. Since that fateful night playing BioShock. Yeah, you. Now this is not, well, I'm not happy with this. This is interesting that she has watched 74,290 minutes. Oh, and by the way, yes, I manually inputted all of these from this, which means they're all out of date. They're all wrong. All those numbers are incorrect because I manually put all of these in right at the end of 2023. Okay. So I don't have an automated list yet that updates that automatically. Okay. But I can pull her number. There it is. Okay. There's the number. So I have that in here. I am interested not necessarily in how many minutes she's been here. You guys can all find that out, right? Here, go ahead. Any of you put in chat watch time. Exclamation point watch time. It's a possible thing. It exists. Everybody's got it. Thank you, Vane. I appreciate you. 4 hours and 20 minutes. Lamau. XD. Sheesh. Okay. Anybody else? All right. Watch time. 4 days, 8 hours. Big to do. Okay. All right. 26 days, 7 hours. There's a lot of stuff. Skeets, 7 days, 2 hours. Kind of a big, okay. There's a lot of stuff in there, right? Right? There's CJs, there's Stumpers, lots of time. All of that is very fun. But let me ask you this. This is the problem that I ran into. Those metrics, I can find those metrics. You just saw it. Look, I got them right here. Look, those are the numbers right there. Boom. And that's interesting. I want to highlight something that came to me that annoys me greatly. And this is the first hurdle that I want to overcome here, all right? This does not represent percentage. I've known a lot of these people. That's me. I've known a lot of these people for a very long time. Okay? I can find a couple people on this list that I'm not going to call out by name here that are up here in my top 25 that haven't been around the stream in a year. Tell me, if I were to make a list right now, if I were to try to create a list that highlighted, that showcased my top 25 supporters of December 2023, would it look like this list? Some of it would. Sure, I can look at this. Yeah, okay. If I looked at December, I'm no doubt it would certainly include the Hot Bride. It would certainly include Joke, my buddy Pell, Thumper's there, Lithium lurks all of the time, Skittles, Jen, Tech, Ahmed. There's Pika, like Jack, Fabulous Jack, and Cakes. That's right, because all her points migrated over from her old account. Okay, like all these fabulous humans here. Okay, some of them would make the list for December, but not all of them. As I said, there are some people in this top 25 list that I haven't seen in over a year. Would they be on the top supporter list for December? No. Meanwhile, there's people like Trotsky, BV, who I just met. And they're here all the time. They're here early. They pre-lurk. Aki. How do the existing systems celebrate Trotsky? They don't. That's my problem. That's what I don't want. That's what I don't like. That Trotsky isn't being celebrated. Trotsky's been here with his bandwidth consistently since I met him. So has BV. BV has been enthusiastically super involved. someone else that comes to mind, because that's how you have to measure this sort of thing, as super involved in the Mafia since I met them, is Rezi. And yet, they'll never make this list. This list? Trotsky, BV, Rezi, they could watch for forever. Trotsky, hang on. I'm calling you out, sir. Trotsky. All the way down at 177. Is that fair? Does that fairly represent how supportive Trotsky has been since I met him? No. But you know what? That many minutes in the short time that I've known him is remarkable. And I actually didn't look this up ahead of time. I didn't. You can see whose names pop up in here. Look, you start typing TR, it pops in the names. Okay, there's stuff it'll autofill. Okay, I hadn't looked up Trotsky at a time. I know off the top of my head. Trotsky, BV, or the two that jumped to mind since I met these two gentlemen. Okay. Is it fair? Trotsky. 2 S's. Trotsky has watched a ton in the short time that I've known him. So my question is, where would he be on a list that's accurate to now? Because he'll never breach the top 25. The Stream Elements thing is fun. It's interesting. And it celebrates the people who have longevity and staying power. Like Thumper, like Joke, like Lithium, like Jen, like Skittles, like Tech, like Cakes and Tink and James. Like does that. But it misses a lot of people. You remember what my question was at the beginning? I said, who is falling through the cracks of my appreciation? Not even necessarily community appreciation, right? This isn't like a public leaderboard that's posted somewhere. Who am I not noticing? If I were to rely on the existing systems, the answer to that question is people like Trotsky and BV. So my question is, if you were to represent this as a percentage, what would that look like? So hang on, check this out. So I started with a crude version of this, okay? Let's look at Joke. Boop, there's Joke. This number is one that I can calculate. And for a specific reason, I can calculate this, okay? It's because on this list, it tells me how many minutes I've watched me. That's handy. That's a very useful metric, okay? That is every minute that I've streamed, which I actually did a fun calculation. Check it out. I started based on this date right here. I did this number. This calculates how much time since my first stream of my life has been here in front of a camera with you. 7.5% of my life has been live since that date. Isn't that interesting? That's interesting. And I can say I've watched 100% of my streams. Well, okay, let me go back to Joke. Where is Joke? Joke, boom, there's Joke. I use that number up there to calculate, okay, to calculate how much of all of the streaming I've ever done that Joke has seen. I do that by comparing his watch time to my watch time, right? So of all the streaming I've ever done, Joke has seen all 83% of it. I've got the 100%. That's of my normal time. That's all the time that I've been up. He has seen 83% of all of my live content, or at least he's had his bandwidth here for that. That's crazy. Again, Thumpers is a crazy impressive 72%. But Thumper's only missed like 3 streams ever. Shouldn't hers actually be higher than Joke's? He's had to travel. He's been there for like tons and tons of them, but he's missed more than 3 streams. How come Thumper's is lower? It's because Thumper followed in August, the end of August. Joker followed at the beginning of August. And in fact, he watched my streams a little bit ahead of that. He cheated a little bit. We were playing Apex together long before he followed on Twitch, long months before. This is August? Yeah. I met Joke probably, wait, does this represent, where? Yeah, look at this. That's when he jumped in the Discord. See that? And I used to stream Apex just for the people who were coaching me to be good at Apex. I got a Twitch account because of Matt. Matt here made me get a Twitch account so he could look over my shoulder and coach me on how to play shooters, on how to play a BR, okay? He rode on my shoulder and was like, here's how to get good. And he needed to see my screen to do it. So I literally made a Twitch account back in the day so Matt could do that. Okay, look, this is the beginning of 2019. That's when Apex came out. That's a month into, Apex was a month old on that number right there. That's when I met Matt. I made a Twitch account way later so that he could watch. And then I had a couple people who would sit there and coach and give me feedback, okay? That was all super helpful. Joke, I met forever ago. Back in March, he got a bunch of bonus time. Thumper can't catch up. Now, isn't that interesting? These numbers are trash for that reason. They're not helpful for that reason. Now, I have a couple people in here. I calculated a few outlier things. These were a lot of like the top ones, but then I had a couple in here that I just needed to check some numbers on. So there's some lower values in here as well. But I specifically am interested in what is this percentage of the time that someone could have watched. So if Thumper's been here for, say she missed 3 full streams and say those streams were exactly 4 hours each, right? Say that's what she missed. Yeah? Was 12 hours. Well, this number ought to be, minus the minutes there, right? That ought to be 99%. Right? Something like that. How do I calculate that? How do I find out how many minutes it is possible for her to have watched and then make a leaderboard based on that? Now I scroll down a ways and I look at some of the new folks. There's Binge. Binge has seen less than 0.5% of my content. This is as of like last week when I did these numbers. But what if Binge has been consistent in being here with his bandwidth for all of the streams since I've known him? This does not adequately represent Binge's commitment to this community. What do you see here? Binge is a relatively new streamer. He's a relatively new streamer, relatively small streamer. He's rated me twice. Just in the time that I've known him, he's rated me twice. What does that have to do with anything? Oh, that's something indeed. That's something. This man's rated me. You guys have heard me talk about raids before. Thank you, Joke. I appreciate the time check. You're right. I'm gonna have to fly through some of the rest of this. I take raids very seriously because what's my line? You have a platform. You have a community. You have people, big or small, people that you care about, people that you care about the well-being of, presumably, ostensibly, you care about your community. And you are entrusting them to someone else. You are saying, I'm going to take you guys somewhere where I think you'll be all right. I think this will be entertaining. I think this will be worth your time to check out, perhaps. This is a good person. This is a good streamer. This is a good entertainer. Let's go give him a look-see, yeah? That says a lot. Says a lot. That is a vote of confidence in me to steward well. There's that word again. What's yours? Binge has done that twice. I only met him. Look at this. I only met Binge in October. October, baby. Look, I was playing Apex. Joined the Discord the same day. That's pretty slick. Means he's got 87 days on Twitch, which is crazy that's how that math works. But 2 raids in that time. That's kind of cool. You want to see something else? I've only known Ronnie since March of last year. 304 days. Ronnie's raided me 19 times. That's a lot of freaking raid. It's a Ronnie, right? Does this number adequately reflect all that Ronnie has done for the Mafia? Is that number representative of her contribution to this community? 83rd place. Is there an underscore? There's an underscore, right? I just call him Downey. Downey, it's underscore, right? Downey Blade. What? He's not number 11. The hell? What? What is... That's not... Hello? Police? You just hack my thing? Did Downey just hack my system? Downey's in the machine, you guys! I know he's like a whiz, a computer whiz guy, but Downey just cheated. Downey just... It doesn't prove my point. Downey is... Heck, stupid search thing. You guys see what I'm working with here? You broke it. Number 31, you saw it? You saw 31? Did I miss it? Oh god, I'm blind too. Doesn't bode well. I've got these perfectly good eyeballs too. 31, thank you. Okay, there he is. Does 31st place adequately represent what Downey has done for the Mafia community? Hey, there's Ronnie. You hear me talking about you, Ronnie? That's inaccurate. Yeah. They're all inaccurate. It's all trash. It's all trash. Does that represent either the Ronnie example that I just pulled up or the Downey example I pulled up? Does that represent? Is that fair? Does that number, does that position, does her being 80 some odd place represent what Ronnie's done for the Mafia? Freaking no. What about Downey? Downey's rated 24 times since February. Should he be in 31st place? No. Neither Downey nor Ronnie should be that far down the list. Because what they've done for this community is enormous. And the systems that exist out there in the world right now for tracking metrics like these things that are concrete and that are easily measured do an inadequate job as far as I'm concerned. My question is, How do I properly celebrate the people who ought to be celebrated? I could look at this list for forever. Dragon, 33rd place, hardly. Dragon has been an absolute diehard of this community since I had the privilege of meeting this Marine. He has helped me in so many ways. He has been an incredibly humble learner. He has asked super intelligent questions. He has helped other members of this community. He has spent a bunch of time offline, helping me with things, chatting with me about things, and helping others with things that make this community better. He's done all of that. Is 33rd place appropriate? No. Here's an example. Jerry is here with his bandwidth a lot. A lot. I don't know Jerry. He's a busy guy. I don't know him super well. He's got his bandwidth here, and that's a big to-do. That is one facet of this. Should he be higher than Downey? What about Suki? What about Mouse? What about CJ number 2? What about Imposter Gen? There's Pal. There's Ski. You guys want to know where Ski is on this list? Look at this. Scroll, scroll, scroll. Up at the top. You know where Ski is? Right there. If I go to this list and I look at my followers, I start down here at the very bottom, right? These are the people who followed before I started streaming, right? And I told you I started streaming. Where? Right here. Like right here, I started streaming, okay? You know where Ski is? I met Ski in July of 2021, playing Jedi Fallen Order, when Hayate raided me, and then Gohan followed, and Nine followed. These are the people from that list that I met that day. Karma was part of Ryan and Karma. No. Karma is also part of Hayate's community. I see Karma all the time. I've got to meet Karma. We have similar work in the real world, in the military world. He's also a Marine. So I've got to meet Karma. That's July of 2021. Karma is not around all the time. Would it be fair to say that Karma doesn't contribute anything to the Mafia? No. Karma's in the CNR each week. Karma's doing life alongside these magnificent humans, building a community, pouring his time and energy into other people, keeping the lights on in the Discord, adding levity. He's in chat from time to time too. He's got his bandwidth there. None of these systems, and I'm gonna have to digress here. I'm gonna have to truncate my thoughts because I could literally go on about this for hours and hours and hours, because I've been putting a year of my thought into this. None of these systems do justice to you. How does one support a community? Back to our titular question. Yes, Joe, thank you. Back to our titular question, what is the Mafia? The Mafia is a community of people who have, I say all the time, agreed to try life on hard mode together. What makes that possible? Sure, the finances, right? We've got to have the finances, plain and simple. It's why I gush about these folks right there. Without them, doesn't happen. None of it. None of the rest of what I want to do, all the stuff I fancy doing, none of it matters without them. Without the folks who have supported with their dollars, doesn't happen. But I say every single time, if you're not in a spot to support financially, there are other ways that you can support. What does this look like? Well, I'm going to be building a visual with the help of, again, some big brains around here over the next long stretch of a while, I'm going to be working on creating a visualization that captures all the different dimensions in which someone can support. Financial will be one of them. It just is. Another will be communitying, humaning. Another one is networking. I want to talk about place again for a minute, and then I want to talk about a newer member of our community. Where's place? Just somewhere up here. Long name, should be easy to find. There you are. I met Place in March of 2022 playing BioShock Infinite. Place has done a bunch of stuff. Okay. A bunch of stuff for this community, but I want to highlight one thing in particular. I just said networking. What the hell does networking mean? Gus, you say you hate networking. You don't go to networking events. You're right, because I don't like the spirit of networking events. It's why I won't go to TwitchCon. I don't like tit for tat. I don't like you scratch my back and I'll scratch yours. Follow for follow. Let's do a collab that does for the metrics. No. I want to be human with you. I want to do life with you. The reason that I'll play Apex on Ronnie's stream, even when I'm not streaming, is not on the expectation that she's gonna like shill for me. Go follow guys. No. Because Ronnie's family. Like, we've known Ronnie for a stretch now. She's not in the family tier, but you know what I mean. Ronnie's part of this thing. Clearly. Ronnie, you can't. Ronnie? I don't. Ronnie. Stop. It's a just chatting stream, so yes, raids are enabled because it's a just chatting stream and I didn't lecture. And hello raiders, how you doing, Cord? How you doing, Omni? It's good to see you guys. Yes, the timing was okay. Were you actually listening in, Ronnie? Did you hear me saying all those things that I was just saying? Irony, place! Okay, everybody's literally here. What's the irony? What am I missing? No, don't even. Yeah, Omni, yes. Exactly what you did, yes. I'm not even gonna, like, okay. I can see that I'm just gonna get too little sleep tonight. Joke. I'm just gonna get too little sleep. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna shoot for 6 hours of sleep instead of 7.5. 7.5 is the REM cycle that I'm gonna go for, right? That's what I'm always aiming for, is my 7.5 hours of sleep. Tonight, I'm doing 6 hours of sleep. Okay? So this is going to mess it all up. We're gonna entertain us. Hello, P-Dub. It's good to see you, my friend. Place, I've been here the whole time. Oh, is that right? Good. Good. Because I would never say something behind someone's back that I wouldn't say to their face. And I'm glad you're here to hear all this, because you deserve being celebrated. Plain and simple. I guess now I have to stick on this track of Ronnie, though, because this is the timing, my friend, is just... This had to be a scheme, right? You planned this. Someone's got to throw her under the bus. Someone who was over there, who is somehow listening to both streams, someone's got to oust her here. I'm lost. Oh my god. Okay. Okay. Jar, we have 3 people. Oh, we staying up? First of all. Yeah, you guys don't get to sleep. Jar, Kitty, I'm sorry I haven't got to greet everybody here tonight. It's super good to have all of you guys in. I have not seen chat all night. Ronnie, Raiders, I haven't seen chat all night because I've been lecturing. I'm carrying forth, trying to express this thing, trying to convey a very deep sentiment about you guys. Okay? And Ronnie was my present example when literally the raid thing goes off and there's Ronnie's name. Okay? Suffice it to say, I'm talking about what it means to celebrate people beyond, celebrate the people who comprise a community. Look at the title for tonight's stream, okay? What is the Mafia? What is this thing that we're building, this community? It's more than just a stream, and it's more than just a Discord. And those components that comprise it are greater than what can be traditionally tabulated using systems like watch time and dollars. You guys are just coming off of a subathon. A lot of this will
as far back as I can remember,
a lot of this will resonate. A lot of this will matter. Omni, I'm grateful for the follow. It means a heck of a lot. And Ronnie, I'm grateful for the raid. It's too perfect. It had to be rigged. Had to be rigged. Cheers. I cracked open the good stuff tonight just for y'all. This is what we're drinking because you guys are worth it. Omni, I take follows very seriously. It's my aim to earn them. Something I've talked a lot about tonight. And Ronnie, I take raids very seriously. You've heard me say that many times. And you know that it is my aim to steward it as well as I am able. That which you've entrusted to me. It means a heck of a lot. Ronnie, would you be terribly offended if all I did for you tonight was give you the organic Twitch shout out? Would you be okay if I omitted the clip roulette here tonight just for this one time so I can keep on track with this particular thing? Okay. If you guys don't know Ronnie, like so many others on this list, she's a streamer. And someone I think that I can say about far fewer people on this list does a really good job. And she takes her community and her commitment to her community very seriously, as evidenced by all that she does. She's in like day 97 of her uncapped subathon. It never ends. The stream train that never ends. She's just like, we're back. Hello. Like, it's, yeah. That's why I said 97. Okay. But here's the thing. Confused? Such a classy gentleman such as yourself. P-Dub, take back calling me Gus. I do not deserve being called Gus. I'm nowhere near his level. Grateful for the kind words. What I'm talking about here tonight, guys, is trying to quantify things that traditionally have not been quantified, or are perhaps even contemporarily not quantifiable, at least not to most traditional thinking. That's what you guys have caught us doing here tonight. I want to celebrate everybody who makes this possible. What makes a stream possible? Dollars? Yes, we started with that because that's what everybody knows, right? Ronnie's doing a subathon right now. You can't run a business without dollars. Everybody who supported Downey's subathon a couple weeks back, that means, in his case, in Ronnie's case, and in my case, that we get to remain on the internet. Like it doesn't happen. If you're a hobbyist, whatever. If it's in your spare time, whatever. But if it's your job, if it's a business, you gotta pay the bills. Matter of fact of life, right? So we start with that. That's very easily quantified. Twitch, if you're affiliated, will quantify that for you, right? These are the amount of subs that someone's given. This is the amount of bits that someone's thrown, right? Right. I want to go beyond that. I want to celebrate more than just that. Allow me to highlight some of that as I continue forward here, okay? This is what a lot of people will see when they go to their stream elements. If they have this ready to go, okay? If they have this rearing and calculating things, you can see who your top watchers are, okay? I am not surprised to see Joke and Pell and Thump and Lithium and Skittles and Jen and Tech and on and on and on. Because I've known these folks for a long time. There's Ahmed. Ahmed is here all the time, okay? But these numbers don't mean a lot in a vacuum. Okay? Ronnie, this was the example. I pulled you up a little bit ago, see? Oh, you can't see that. Hang on. It's hidden. There, you can see. I pulled you up a little bit ago. Wait, you can't see that? Oh, you can't see the little drop down that pops up. Oh, that's funny. Whatever. My question, Ronnie, to everybody here was, does anyone think that Ronnie's contribution to the Mafia is adequately represented by being in 83rd place? No. You know why? You know how I know that? Find a Ronnie. Because I made a list. And Ronnie has rated me 19 times since March. So, is Ronnie's contribution 83rd place? No. And then I asked, what about Downey? What about Downey right there? So we search again. I'll go find Downey. And we found him 31st place. I already know this, okay? 31st place. Is it fair that Downey is represented by 31st place? No. No, it's not. This started, by the way, with just this, the canon. This list right here. I just added this subscribed on YouTube. I haven't had a chance to go back in there. And if I can automate that, that'd be great. But this list started with just this right here. I mean, it had the Discord in there too. But this was the list. Okay? Manually, Ronnie, by hand, painstakingly, over the course of the last year. That's how I made this list. I'll find your stuff. Binge, I did show yours. I literally highlighted you and talked about you. So I told you guys you had to be here tonight and focus because calling you guys out. Okay. It's because you guys are worth me putting in the effort to celebrate the effort that you've put in to make this possible. Because it is not just dollars. Cannot stress that enough. It's not just dollars. We need them, yes, but it is not everything. I have several people who have, as I said, if you guys look in the Discord again, you guys got your tab pulled up over there, look at Discord. If you look over there on the right and you see the names of who I would give the keys to the Mafia to, who I can trust, there are people who have supported this community financially that I don't know. People I've never talked to. At certain tiers of patronage and stuff like that, you get access to bonus Gus Talks, private Gus Talks, where we just gather with just like capos and above, family and above gets together. I talk to my inner circle people about like everything. Like, what is happening? Why are there alerts? I'm not even tabbed in. What is number 83, my Thank you. I appreciate that very much, Ronnie. Specifically, dollars are not everything because not everybody has dollars. Anybody who takes their community seriously recognizes this. Is it just the people who give their money that make it all possible, that make it work, that make your community a community? Freaking no. So again, look at the list over on the side, on the Discord. There are people that have tipped, no hyperbole here, okay? There are people who have tipped hundreds of dollars at a time. And they're in the associates down at the bottom. Because I don't know them. I don't know the first thing about them. And they don't have any watch time. They don't have any community interaction type stuff. Binge, I have... Thank you. I'm grateful. One of the things that I talked about at tonight's outset was how people tipping, the psychology of people tipping, the psychology of people supporting financially, and what that looks like. I'm very grateful for the tips. Tonight, I want to celebrate. I truly hope nobody's offended. I want to celebrate everything but money tonight. That's the purpose of me doing this stream. I'm not baiting. I was very pointed with my language at the outset of tonight's stream in an attempt to head off such a thing. I do not want this to devolve into a tipathon or something else. I am live tomorrow, yes. I am live tomorrow night. Short stream tomorrow night. Supposed to be a short stream tonight. I'm supposed to have already been done by now. Because military stuff's this weekend. But last weekend, 2 weekends ago now, 2 Saturdays ago now, y'all broke the internet with your tipping. Okay, y'all broke the internet. I lost internet for a week, and I still blame what y'all did. I am not trying to. I need to convey all this information. I actually toyed with the idea of disabling tips tonight, specifically for this reason. I am grateful, but I must proceed. There are people who have supported the community with hundreds of dollars, but I don't know them, and neither does anybody else. Have they supported the community? Has the community been benefited by their being around? Yes. In one dimension. So what I'm working on, what I'm hoping to unveil and share with you guys is something that I have to invent. We're going to code this thing, okay? I'm going to build this into the website that I'm building, okay? It's going to be a lot of like webmaster crunching, number hacking type stuff, and data scraping and calculating and pissing off Google's servers as I plunge for data and ping things for data, okay? Now I know that all of this is possible, so I plan on unveiling this once it's ready. But part of it is me saying, I want to have a visual representation of all of the facets in which one could support, and then have a visualization for each individual viewer that can be pulled up, that will be hopefully totally, but if not, just largely automated, that will represent all of the ways that any one individual here makes this possible. So I want to talk about place here before I continue, okay? Because this is one example that I've been talking about literally for weeks. I have been talking about you behind your back quite a bit here, Place. Look at this list. Place here, as I said, she is in a season of her life. I say that all the time, you guys. We're all in different seasons, okay? Always. We're going, some seasons good, some seasons bad. Some seasons high, some seasons low, right? Sometimes we have excess, sometimes we got nothing. Yeah? All agreed? We're all there. We all understand how money works. We all understand how time works. Like Kitty and Jar, they got kids. They're busy. But they're here. They're here in the CNR get-togethers. They're here in the streams. Even though they're 3 hours ahead, they're on the East Coast, baby, and they got kids. Downey and Yeager do the same thing. East Coast. They got kids, but they're here. They're in a season of their life right now where their time isn't their own. They've got young children that depend on them, that require stuff of them, that pull, versus a bunch of us who are childless at the moment. We don't have pretty people running around biting our ankles, taking away all of our time, right? Okay. Bunch of us, bunch of the community are single. Maybe you don't even have to worry about the time needing to dedicate to a spouse or a partner right now. Seasons, okay? depending on the season you're in, you will have more or less to give in any one dimension of this abstract visual I'm trying to construct, okay? Place is in a season of her life right now where she's very, she has to be very particular about her budget. Will that be forever? No. Has that been forever? No. Will that be forever? No. But right now, that is not how she supports the Mafia. And I would never want Place to, I gotta get big. I can't be small for this. Can't be small for this. Over my dead body, would I stand for Place feeling bad or being made to feel bad about not financially supporting this project? Because what Place has done for the Mafia is wild. And I want to demonstrate she's also raided. That's one thing she's done. But that's not what I want to highlight. I did that for Ronnie. I did that for Downey. I want to celebrate something particular about Place that perhaps Place doesn't even know. Because maybe she hasn't given it a lot of thought. Because you know what? Place isn't the calculating sort. Will I receive recognition for this? Will I get credit? That's not Place. Place just has a really big heart. Place is just a social butterfly who wants to spread good cheer and make people smile. She's just a sweetheart. She's not conniving. She's not scheming. She's not thinking, what can I get out of this? Look at this list. I met Place in March. Since then, she came with Strawberry. She came along with the Strawberry Canary Raid. The Strawberry Canary Raid was initiated by a gentleman in the community who was not here for a super long period of time, named I Am Successful Doom. Okay? Doom was here for a bit. Haven't seen Doom in a long time. But during Canary's stream, Doom was there, Place was there, and Doom, they were raiding out. And I don't know, nobody's online. Does anybody have a raid target? Doom said, let's go raid Gus. Okay? Place was in that raid. Place, down the line, said, hey, friend, scroll. Hey, streaming friend that I have met, who is a veteran, Bill. Hey, Bill, this is now 9 months later, 9 months after I met Place. She said, hey, Bill, you should go raid Gus. He's a veteran too. Actually, I have no idea what she said. I don't know what transpired. I don't know what words she used. Okay. Well, however it is, she said, you should raid Gus. And they said, who? And she said, the Godfather Gus. Okay. Bill had in tow Doc, Leanne, Memphis, Firebane. Is this out of order? And Ash. That is the follow order. All of these folks came along with Bill's raid. Bill is a member of the Veterans Entertainment Team. Bane and Doc are the founders of the Veterans Entertainment Team. Leanne is a longtime hardcore member of the Veterans Entertainment Team. Ash is a big-time supporter of it. Memphis is a big-time supporter of it. We have a command over there in chat right now. Because following that raid, all of these veterans said, that dude needs to be on our team. I'm on the Veterans Entertainment team because of place. These commands are for capos and above. Leanne is one of the most committed members of the Mafia. All of the good that Leanne does for the community, credit goes to Place. That's Leanne's husband. These two are an enormous support to the Mafia. And they're super involved. I've got to meet Aki in person. Got to shake his hand, got to give him a hug. He's really tall. That's because of Place. I met the whole rest of the veterans community. Oh, it branched out from there. And all of that traces back to Place. If I go to this and I search for Place, is it fair to say that Place's contribution to the community is only 25th? No. And if I had a list, if there were a list that I wanted to show, even if I did have such a list ready and handy, if I had a list of everybody who's ever given dollars or euros or whatever to support this project, and Place was somewhere down near the bottom, would that adequately represent what she has brought to this community? And that's all that networking. That was just an example of networking. That is to say nothing of the warmth that she has brought, the encouragement that she has brought, the laughs, and the humaning that she has brought. She hosts events. She does watch parties. She does all kinds of stuff. The chat channel Friends of the Family is populated with at least 50% churro pictures for little pupper. Is it fair to say that a financial list would adequately represent Place's contribution to the Mafia? Freaking no. That's why I started doing all of this. Because folks like that on any other list would fall through the cracks. Wouldn't receive the recognition that they deserve. Place deserves recognition. There's a newer member of our community who's done something similar. That's... Kira. I met Kira in September. I have only known Kira for 118 days. In that time, I got to meet Bugin, who Kira guided over here. Okay? Dragonair Joy was part of that group. Cemetery Chick was part of that group. These folks I met right out of the gate on day one, right there, all the same day, because of Kira. I have exact timestamps of everything. This has been the most tedious part. Because something that I have told you guys about before is I use all of this data Oops, that's not right. All of this data to answer this question. I want to canonize y'all. I should have disabled raids. I should have done it. I should have disabled raids. Hello, Fierce. How you doing, Puma? It's good to see you both. Welcome in. Welcome in. It's just so much I have to explain. I can't go back and explain it all, I'm afraid. It's good to see you. Good to see you indeed, Fierce. Fierce is on this list as well. Incidentally, Fierce is on this list for a specific reason. Fierce, if you haven't heard any of what's been going on because you've been busily streaming away, I hope your stream was kind to you, you don't know that you're on a list. A list of people to be celebrated. The list. Kira's right, the list. A list of people who have made this all possible because of stuff like raiding. Because of stuff like entrusting your community to me. You are part of the reason that the Mafia is successful. That's why you're on a list. I have been the very short version of things, and I hope you'll forgive my jumping back in and plowing on ahead here without pausing too long for the raid. Should have disabled the raids. Because I'm already past time. I'm supposed to be asleep right now. This was supposed to be an early ending stream because I've got military stuff pretty early in the morning tomorrow. But I'm gonna continue. People like Fierce are on this list because her contribution to this community is not measured in the traditional ways that that Twitch and stream elements measure. I haven't known. I'll just find you on here. I'll show you. There you go. Hang on. Yours. There you are. Incidentally, yours is broken. Somehow I broke this today. Like, somehow I deleted your information on here, which really bothers me. This was irking me a lot right ahead of stream, Fierce, because I lost this information. It means I need to go find it again, which is manually, and it's very annoying. I have you here on 10/30. I met you on October 30th, 2022. I met you because of Serena. Pretty fun. I met Serena because of Kay. I met Kay because of Bioshock. Kay randomly raided in. No recommendation there. That was random chance, stuff like that. But I can say that all of the good that Fierce has done, and this is for 2013, by the way, Fierce. You raided me 4 times. Now 5. Kind of a big to-do. I had to manually calculate this, by the way. I had to go through and count each one and tally for everybody. It was very annoying. Fierce has supported this project. That's why she's on the list. There's a bunch of people that I met the same time as Fierce. I have 1,200 and now, thanks to Omni, looking at you, Omni, I have 1,201 followers. There are not 2023. Okay, joke. You know what I mean. 2023. Dang it. Thanks to Omni, 1,201 people. There are not 1,201 people on this list. We're missing 1,000. I asked you guys, where are my 100? Which of you will be my Spartans? Which of you will be my cadre? My warriors, my champions? I am Spartacus. Which of you will be my mighty men, so to speak? Which of you will be my 100? This list is a pretty good place to start. But this list does not adequately represent, as I said, present contribution. And that is something that I would like to show going forward. I want to have something that shows, I want this to be a dynamic metric that shows contribution of all time, certainly. But then I also want it to be breakdownable to time constraints of my choosing. 2023, for instance. December, for instance. So that I can adequately celebrate the people who have been contributing who will otherwise never see a leaderboard, like Trotsky, like BV.
As far back as I can remember, I always wanted to be a gangster.
Mal, I'm grateful for the follow. It means a heck of a lot. My purpose in doing this tonight is to highlight exactly how seriously I take that. My question is, how will someone be celebrated for making all of this possible? If it were left up to Twitch, it will only be who has money. And it's not even disposable income. It could be who is using money irresponsibly. It literally is a metric of who has money, not who's good with money, not who inherited money, not who gambles, it's just who has money. That's all Twitch shows. I think that's inadequate. So I made this list. I went through one person at a time. This is why I should here, Raiders, you didn't get to see this. I went through this list right here. Start at the beginning. Scroll all the way to the bottom and ask, who's this person? Do I know them? And have they contributed? No? Next, 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 next. 1,200, and now thanks to Mal, 1,202. And I go through the list and say, who are you? Oh, actually, I know Geo. I know Nash. Don't know Nate. No idea. Haven't a clue. Tech Doctory, I assume. No idea. That's funny. There was another Tech long before Tech. Look, imagine if this person had stuck around. I'd have had to call Tech the Anarchitect. I'd have had to call him Tech 2. Tech the second. Second of his name. No idea. Admiral Trench was a big part of the community for a long time. And then his life got very busy. A lot of stuff has started happening in that man's life. Is it fair to say that because he's no longer around, he's contributed nothing to the community? No. Trench is up here somewhere. Where are you? There you are. Trench was there for an enormous amount of my streaming. Look at this. Go to this list here. We're on, yeah, right there. Number 21. Trench is still around in the shadows from time to time because he's a gentleman. But because he's a streamer, and every time one of these former people who used to stream all the time show their faces, people say, where are you? Why don't you stream anymore? We poke fun at Peaky for this because Peaky doesn't stream as often as people would like right now. But what if Peaky's, truth be told, like what if, I'm totally spitballing here. I have no idea if this is true about Peaky or not. But what if Peaky's totally burnt out on streaming? What if he hates it? What if he learned that actually it's exhausting and I'm not cut out for this and this is not where I want to be? I'd much rather be the supporting role for a couple other people. I know a bunch of people who are like that. And now they don't say anything in chat because they don't want people seeing them and saying, oh, when's your next stream? Oh, you've been gone for a year. You're going to start again, right? That could be a very sore subject for a lot of people. There's a lot of people who support from the shadows. Should he be docked for that? In terms of public recognition? I want to capture so many creative ways, facets of support. I'm going to rattle off a bunch here for you guys of stuff that I have conceived of, a bunch of which you'll be like, yeah, okay, those are easy to count. Those are easy to quantify. You can probably find those things fairly simply. But there are a bunch of things that are intangible. That you're going to be like, you can't quantify that, Gus. You're right. It's going to be very hard. But it's worth it. How do you find all the people who follow you and the date they've followed you? It's a pain in the ass. You go here. You go here. And you type user omnipotent voids. And there you are. Oh, you're hidden. You have been following since 35 minutes ago. You have sent 10 messages in chat. You have 121 followers. That's cool. Good for you. Congratulations. Any comments, any other stuff in here? But yeah, basically, this is it. You can find that information right here. So I have to manually go find every single one of these, which I have, and curate my list. It's a pain in the butt. Pain in the butt to answer your question. That's why nobody else has this list, because I had to make this from nothing. I want to celebrate. Hand out for my wife those followers, but thank you. I want to celebrate more than dollars. And I want to celebrate more than total watch time. Though that's one metric I am interested in celebrating. Absolutely. That shows longevity, right? What I'm interested in is percentage. Percentage of watch time. Again, looking at the list here, percentage. If this number were accurate here, Thumper's ought to be like 99%. But she didn't follow me until I had been streaming for 6 months. Or, no, 3 months? 3 months. Her number can't grow. It will never be representative of reality. Jokes? Joke watched a bunch of my streams, again, long before he followed, and, long before Thumper. I want to know what this percentage is for how many minutes they could have watched. We'll scroll down here. I was talking about BV earlier. There's BV. BV. Oh yeah, this is another thing. Downey was randomly talking about me. I went and found this in his VODs, okay? I had to go dig through his VODs to find this because BV followed me off stream, which means I can't find it. There is no tag. There is no marker. How am I gonna? I had to go do math and scrub through Downey's footage to find this. And randomly out of nowhere, BV was with his wife, Amanda Smiles, who's right there. Amanda rated Downey. BV was there. Downey did a shout out for Amanda. Then randomly, I just learned all this by going through the VOD. Then he shouted out Jaeger. That makes sense. That's his hub bride, right? And then he shouted out me. I wasn't even in the room, baby. I wasn't even in chat. I was nowhere to be found. I was lurking because I'm always lurking, but I wasn't there. And he goes, "Hey, you guys should check out Gus." And he just started talking about me. And BV said, I'll go check him out, sure. And he comes back, and in his chat, I have all this snipped. I have all this saved now for posterity. That's why it's in the posterity folder. He said, "This man's is in a suit. How does he play Apex in a suit? Isn't that restrictive?" I'm not good enough for it to matter. I don't need to be loosey-goosey. I don't need to have full range of motion. I'm not good enough for that to make any difference to answer that particular question that I didn't get to answer because I wasn't there. Credit goes to Downey for this. Downey was an origin, okay? I know, joke. Didn't you hear me say I'm gonna get 6 hours sleep, apparently? Thank you. I am gonna miss a whole REM cycle, yes. you're probably being called away because you're working and being kind and generous all the same at the same time. So you're very busy. Downey randomly found me playing the Dirty Burb game. Okay, we were playing Death's Door, and Downey randomly raided in. Okay, so we met a bunch of people because of Downey. Hang on, where's Downey up here? Downey. Scroll. I'm just gonna search. I don't know why I'm bothering. Down. Oh my gosh, there's a lot of Downies. Oh boy, right. This is notes. Okay, there he is. Downey. Back in February, right there. And as a result, I met Jaeger, Ski number 2, / CJ number 3. Yeah. And that's just the people that I met that night. Then I met Odin. Where are the rest of the... There we are. Odin. His lady. I met Symph somewhere in here. There's Symph. And then Downey has personally been responsible for introducing a ton of people to the Mafia. Here's some highlighted ones here. BV followed because Downey was talking about me on his stream. Avid, same thing. Clown, same thing. And there's others, okay? This one, Darth, that's Ronnie. Yeah, that's Ronnie's doing. Shin, Ronnie's doing. Cursed, Ronnie's doing. Amanda, Downey's doing. Vapor was a Randy. She was doom scrolling through Twitch. But you take my point. There are people on this list, a list of important people who've been important to the Mafia. Everybody's important. You're all important. Whether or not you have the ability or the time to contribute to this community, you're all important. You know what I mean? The people who are on this list, who made this list, there's a lot of them that I can trace back to Place, or to Kira, or to Downey. What does that mean? What is that? What is that they're contributing? I'm going to tell you about this list now. There are 6 dimensions that I want to measure and have represented in this visual for support of the Mafia. Because I want each of you, regardless of the season of life that you're in, to be empowered. I don't want you sitting there going, well, I don't have any money, therefore I'm no good to this or that community. Nonsense. I'm about to enumerate just the things that I've been able to think of. There's more. I'm adding more all the time. That's why this list just gets longer, not shorter. And that's why this project has now gotten so complicated. And it's why I'm now commissioning help. Because I can't do this by myself anymore. And it requires algorithms. It requires coding. I need web masters. And I need a website to host all of this. So we're doing it. We're building all of this for the express purpose of celebrating you. I want you to know that there are so many ways that you can support any creator. Not just me, not just the Mafia. You can take these same principles to Ronnie's stream, to the Raw Nation, okay? To Downey's stream, the Derp fam. Yeah? You can go to the veterans community. That's right, Misfire's in here. You can go to the veterans out there, all right? You can go hang out with the Pudgy Table folk, and you can support in so many ways. Even if that particular creator doesn't understand or appreciate those ways, they will be benefited. Even if they've never given it the time or time of day to conceive of, to wrap their mind around, to be creative enough to think of these things. Maybe they've never given it a second thought. But that's the last thing that I want to touch on when I wrap up this list here, okay? I want to talk about the actual intangibles. There's a 6th element that I'm going to be getting to. And I'll talk more about that thing. Zoo!
As far back as I can remember, I always wanted to be a gangster.
Zoo, I'm grateful for the follow. Sorry, I've been holding forth here and missing a lot of chat. I take follows very seriously. It's something that I aim to be celebrating here with what I'm talking about tonight. Okay. Can I call you Zoo, by the way? Don't let me butcher your handle. You tell me if you prefer to be called something else. I will do my utmost to lock that away in the steel trap and represent it fairly. Who's allowing raids after all? But knowing him didn't, because it's his TED Talk night. Yeah, I was allowing raids because it was supposed to be a just chatting session. It is a just chatting session, but I only insofar as I don't have lecture material and points that I needed talking points to get to, but yeah. All those things. So I want to talk about the dimensions of this thing. Zoo. Zoo, I'm afraid this is not the place to answer your question. It's also not the place to ask it. It is my encouragement to everybody to find a community, to get plugged in with a real community that cares, in which you can have a meaningful conversation about anything. And anybody who says anywhere, pick a side, there's no nuance that exists anywhere. I'll pick a side, just not here. I'll pick a side in the community. And I do, all the time. And it is my hope that everybody from everywhere would become part of such a community. It's the only way that meaningful discussion can happen in any case. Not the trite, flip nonsense that you'll often get from glance or chance encounters with people on a Twitch stream. This medium does a great disservice to important questions about humaning writ large. And I wouldn't do important topics the disservice of quick or flip responses. Joke's right. I'm afraid, friend, that, you won't find an answer you're searching for here. But my encouragement to you is, you could. I know a lot of folks who got started in this business, in this community, with questions like yours, actually. Some of those people are my best friends now on this community. But that was up to them. And incidentally, friends, that actually leads me to a point here. There were a bunch of things that I mused about, obviously, in trying to quantify these things. I actually toyed with the notion of, do I try to quantify is not exactly the right word, but do I try to capture if someone came to the stream hostile and then demonstrated the courage, the humility to pursue hard mode despite their beginnings. The people that I encouraged, if you're not ready for hard mode, you're not ready for hard mode. Come back when you are. Come back when you're mature enough. Come back when you're ready to do life for real. When you're ready to grow up. Some people are simply not ready for hard mode. Some people, of their own volition, never will be. But I tried to see if I could capture that in a way that was genuine. Can I capture someone having come along from a place of hostility, place of tension? Could I find a way to capture and then celebrate the courage demonstrated to set aside that childishness and to try something real for perhaps the first time in their life? Ultimately, I decided that's not quite on the list because I don't have all of the records and I can't scrub through all of the footage and I can't have a bot do that for me. There's no amount of data that I can do to pull that. I could, and I only thought of this in hindsight, but I could go through each person's, say here on the list, each person's text history, chat history, and see if their first words were churlish. I could. Possible. I don't know that it would be too many people, which kind of makes it more enticing to me, because I would celebrate the ones who have demonstrated that, you know, nimbleness of mind, that humaning flexibility. Maybe I'll add it yet. We'll see. Welcome on in, Hive. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I'm grateful for the kind words. I'm lecturing on a thing here tonight about how I want to capture appreciation for support and what that means, not just financial. So I'm about to outline, I want to detail here some examples, not all of them, of the dimensions in which I've been thinking about support. And many of you guys will think to yourselves, I check this box and this box and not that box. I didn't know that was a box. And that's a box? And what the? That's probably going to be everybody, all right? There's some of these boxes that are really easy to check. A bunch of you guys are going to be like, easy peasy, got it. And then we're going to get into some of the weird stuff and you're going to be like, how does one? What? Fair. Totally fair. That's my burden to think about. That's my burden to try to capture. Because like I said earlier about place doesn't sit here and think, how can I game a system? How can I get credit? How can I accrue credit to myself? Place doesn't think like that. Place thinks, how can I love on the people around me? Does she do it perfectly all the time? No. Does everybody appreciate all of her attempts all the time? No. We're all different. We're all wired different. We're all wired for communitying and humaning in different ways. We all specialize in different things. Not everybody wants to sit down and watch a movie. Not everybody wants to sit around and crochet or knit or do all the other fun craft things that perhaps she gets up to. But I digress. Okay. So here's some of the facets. You ready? Here's some of the categories, the dimensions in which I want to measure these things. I told you that there are 6 of them. This is what I'm going to be trying to quantify. The first is, of course, the easiest to quantify, and that's financial. These are not in order of value, by the way. If any of you are familiar with a hex chart, that is how I'm going to be building this. Hex charts. Okay? It's going to be very sexy. I'm very excited for what we can do with hex charts. Some of you are like, what's a hex chart? And if you went and Googled it right now, you're like, oh, Pokemon. Yes, exactly. Hex charts are underrated. Financial is one dimension. Okay? Yes, the people who support this community financially are to be lauded. Absolutely. It's why we got commands for them. Patrons. This list isn't all of the patrons. This is the public patrons. Okay? These are the ones. There's a certain tier where you get on this list. Okay? That's why I celebrate the folks who make this physically possible by paying the bills, keeping the lights on. Okay? Financial. That's one dimension of it. Well, what does financial look like? You're like, right, okay, on Twitch, what is that? It's bits and subs, right? We don't have that around here. So, okay, it's tips. Oh, but it's also Patreon. Oh, but it's also merch. Dollars tipped. Instances tipped. Occurrences, not just total dollar. Number of occasions. Number of plants adopted. What? Yeah. That's a different dimension of supporting this project. Number of plants adopted for someone else. Total dollars in patronage. It's an obvious one. Number of total dollars spent on merch. Number of individual merch items purchased. Stuff like that. That's all easily quantified, relatively easily quantified. Okay, yeah, people who adopted for someone else. Someone who said, hey, I really like that plant, you know, and the person knows that that person is not in a financial situation where they can afford a plant. And they said, I want to adopt a plant for them. You get to name the plant. That happened a couple times. The second dimension I want to dive into, that's all financial. The second one I want to jump into is, and the names for all of these are, I don't know what I'm going to call all these things, but for the sake of a placeholder name, call this one loyalty. Number of days followed. That's just follow age, right? You guys can all punch in follow age, and that's a fairly, again, easy metric to count up. See, follow age. Number of streams in which they make an appearance. Number of streams in which they make an appearance as a percentage of the number of streams that they could have possibly made an appearance in. You've only been following for 2 weeks. There's only 6 streams that you could have been here for. They've been here for 100% of the streams that they could have been here for. It's a big to-do. There's people who haven't been here for 6 streams in 2 years. I want to celebrate the person who's done it 100% of the time for the last 2 weeks. Okay. Number of minutes watching stream, right? We got that one in there. Number of minutes that you've seen the stream. That's okay. Stream Elements does that. It's interesting, I guess. But not nearly as interesting, again, as how, as a percentage, how many minutes are possible for you to have watched. How many minutes have been streamed that you've been there for? And then represent that as a percentage. Number of days in the Mafia Discord. A different follow age, right? Chronology, that's a fairly simple one again. I should have disabled tips. Thank you, Thump. And I know you guys do, obviously. And I'm very grateful. Number of CNRs attended. He's been noticing. He's been caring. He's been counting. Number of CNRs attended as a percentage of how many could have been attended since they learned about them. Number of CNRs that they've been there for on time for. Number of months, actual number of months that they've been subscribed as a patron, regardless of dollar amount, regardless of support tier. All of that would fall under loyalty, time, duration, consistency. The next category, the next facet of this hex chart, engagement. Engagement, what is engagement? Number of chats sent, total number of chats sent during stream. That's easy. Number of links dropped. When I say, if you think you can manage it, give the Discord a look. See if you can manage the rules. See if hard mode is something that you think you want to tackle. That's the Mafia community Discord. And someone like Joke does me the kindness of dropping a link. That helps me. And that helps the community. How many times has someone done that? How many times have you done that? Those links can be dropped by anyone. Incidentally, this is another one. Number of channel points spent. Number of individual redeems. That all falls under engagement. About number of YouTube videos watched. How about percent view duration of the YouTube videos watched? Did they jump into the YouTube video and leave after 2 minutes? Well, that kills the video's numbers. That kills the algorithm. If you want to destroy a channel, you can do that. You can go into their channel, leave after 30 seconds, and don't engage with it whatsoever. No like or dislike, no comment, no share, no none of the engagement algorithm sort of things. So percentage of view duration on average. Oh boy, Gus is paying attention to a lot of statistics. I am. Because I want to celebrate the people who will not be celebrated otherwise by these things. The sort of person who does these things to make this a success would never be seen. This is the sort of person that will go unnoticed and unappreciated forever. Because they're not making it rain. Because that's all that anybody ever sees. Number of suggestions put to me about how the channel or the various facets thereof could be improved. Even if I don't act on them. Does this person care? Are they engaging with this? Do they want to see it a success? Rana is a great example of this. I haven't known Rana for a super long amount of time, but he has come up with a bunch of suggestions for how things could be improved, how more fun engagement type items. He's come up with a bunch of suggestions, most of which I won't implement. But he's engaged. And I'm noticing. That's to say nothing of the people that I've talked to for forever. Ron is a good example of someone that I've met relatively recently. YouTube does track individual watch time on videos, yes, absolutely. And then it shows averages and all of that of who left and when and why and all that. It's a lot. Number of games voted on by the patrons as a percentage of how many games they could have voted on. This is just engagement. There's a bunch of patrons who say, nope, I just want to support you financially and I can't be bothered to vote on games or attend extra meetings or do any of that stuff. I don't want to do any of that stuff. Just shut up and take my money. Okay. Again, I appreciate the support, but engagement. Networking, new facet of this thing. Number of times rated.
As far back as I can remember, I always wanted to be a gangster.
Hi, Mom. Welcome on in. Hi. I'm grateful for the follow. Means a heck of a lot. I take follows very seriously. It's my aim to earn it. Welcome. Number of times that someone's rated. That's obvious. That's an easily quantifiable thing. That's networking, right? Number of times that the raid has been guided to the Mafia from elsewhere. Someone says, hey, you know we got a raid tonight? Gus. Bunch of you I've met because someone in there said, hey, you should go meet this guy Gus. Kira did that again with Bugin. Hey. Or Rana did. It was Rana? Rana? Lighthouse? Someone did that. Hang on. It's on the list. It's on the list. Rana's suggestion. Rana suggested it. Okay, fine. Credit goes to Rana. A bunch of them have since come from Kira. But that credit goes to Rana. Yeah, okay. So number of times that someone's guided the raid, perhaps. Number of referrals that have led someone over. A great example of this was actually Downey's mom. Downey's mom followed me. Downey's mom is in the Mafia. And I found this instance and I said, you know, that's really remarkable. Because think about the internet, you guys. The question that I put was, I said, how many things that you get up to on the internet would you invite your mom to? That really says something. That really speaks volumes. If you're comfortable bringing your mom along to this, I'm flattered. That tells me I'm doing something right. Downey brought his mom. His mom's a follower of mine. She's on the list. Look. Where is she? Search. Nana. Right there. That's Nana. That's Downey's mom. That's incredible. Right out. Yeah, exactly. Guide the raid? You're guiding the raid joke? Oh. Okay. You have a raid target? All right. Let me know. Yeah, referrals. That's kind of wild. That's kind of nuts. Number of times that someone wore merch somewhere and then had to explain to someone the disappointment shirt. That's happened several times. Several people around here have purposefully gone about their lives wearing Mafia merch. And the result has been an ensuing conversation about, you have a shirt that says disappointment on it? Right, because we're all disappointments. And that ought to be a source of humility for me. So if my knee-jerk reaction when you do something stupid is to chagrin you, or worse yet, lambast you for it, I need to remember that I too am a disappointment. I am not, That's an interesting conversation that you spurred because of this. And that does the world good. I want the scope of this to go beyond just this, but more on that in a moment as I wrap up. Am I on someone's suggested streamers list? You guys know what that is? All of you guys have a Twitch account. Whether or not you're a streamer, whether or not you ever click go live, whether or not you've ever done that, you have a recommended streamers channel. You have the ability to go into your dashboard and say suggested streamers, and right there on your homepage, you can list the streamers that you recommend. I don't have any way of seeing who's on that list or who has me on their list. I have no idea whose lists I'm on. I'd need to manually go around to everyone's thing to find that. But am I on their list? That ought to be celebrated. Again, that's your platform, and you're plastering this mug on it? That's remarkable. That ought to be celebrated. And it's not. Number 5 is humaning. Number of times that you've fielded questions for someone new in chat. Number of times I'm holding forth with a lecture and someone comes in with a posit or a question, or they say hi, and you are there to greet them. And you make them feel comfortable. And you are an encouragement to them. And you say, hey, Gus is a bit of a mouth breather. He's sort of like over here now doing all this, he may not even get to your question. Here's the answer you're looking for. That's absolutely enormous. Ski, have a great night, sir. Thank you for being a part of this thing. Number of channel points gifted to someone else. Number of CNRs attended, raw number. Humaning. I could go on. And finally, something that I don't have a name for. I described to you earlier what the rank structure is in the Discord, right? You can look at that same list again, and you can see those folks who are up there in the capos. Some of this is to do with time. A lot of this is to do with time. I can meet someone and they seem super swell, I like Downey quite a lot. Downey seems like a really swell dude. So far, he hasn't given me too many reasons to distrust him. It's a good dude. But I haven't known him very long. I haven't had a whole bunch of conversations with him. I don't know him super well. He doesn't know me super well. The people who are on the capos list know me well enough that they could represent me pretty darned well in my absence. They know what's on my mind, they know what's on my heart, and they know how a question might be answered in my voice. And they're willing and able. They've demonstrated that they have the capability of shouldering the responsibility of doing that. I suspect that Downey and Jaeger, in short order, are going to end up on the capo list. Unless they do something crazy to give me a reason not to, How do I quantify any of that? And the answer is, I can't. That's all going to be a feeling. That's going to be the secret sauce. That's going to be the unknown. That's going to be the immeasurable. That's going to be the question mark. The missing no. Stick with the Pokemon thing. Give me the missing no variable. That's going to be something that only I can determine. And what its essence is does this person, are they a good ambassador for this? Can I trust that what it is I'm trying to do here would be safe in their hands, wherever they go, whatever it is they get up to? Do I believe that they're giving this an honest shake? Have I seen evidence that they're working toward getting better at hard mode in all the different ways that could mean? Perhaps put another way, internet's a dark place. Internet's got a lot of trash on it. Internet has a lot of immature, difficult, miserable people on it. Does this person spread light? Does this person represent a light in a dark place? Here in this community and outside of it. I talked about this a couple weeks ago. For better or worse, and I have a talk I'm going to be talking about this with. I'm going to scratch the surface here and then I'm going to close. Does this person each of us are ambassadors, whether or not we choose to be. You are an ambassador. Everywhere you go, you are an ambassador for tons of things, for immutable things and for mutable things. Okay? You are an ambassador all over the place, everywhere you go. Several weeks ago, during Downey's subathon, Thumper and CJ number 2, just 2 examples here. Several others of you did as well. But these 2 are my easy examples for this. This is what I was talking about before, okay? These 2 went over there and supported that subathon and made it a freaking smashing success. They made it a huge party. They made it great. And Downey thanked me for that. His esteem for the Mafia went up. It went up for CJ and for Thumper. Yes, it went up for CJ and for Thumper as individuals, certainly. And as they worked in tandem, it often was like, yeah, you two, right? But whether or not CJ and Thumper intended to, whether or not they wanted to, perhaps they didn't want to, whether or not they wanted to, they represented this. Because that's how Downey knows them. They are affiliated with this. He met the Mafia in that raid. And y'all are the Mafia. If Tech had been the one that he raided that night, he would have known Thumper and CJ number 2 as the Collective. Tech's community, not the Mafia. But first exposure here was the Mafia, which means their actions reflect on me, yes, but also all of us. All of us were positively benefited by the ambassadorship of CJ and Thumper. That is something. That is something that I can't quite put into words. That is something about this 6th element. As you go out into the world, would somebody want to get in on this thing that you have because of how you conduct yourself? Are you a good ambassador for light? Or are you a troublemaker where you go? Do you make, and I don't mean like in the trolling fun sense, I mean like, do you make people miserable? Are you a taker? Are you a miserable wretch all of the time? Do people like not want to be around you? Are you difficult? Are you an ungrateful narcissist who turns inward with every little thing and you're triggered by every word? Do you make the world a better place by your presence in it? Do you make the internet a better place by your presence on it? Yeah, that's going to be really hard to quantify. But I aim to. A lot of this I can do with fancy schmancy coding with the help of big brain folks like you guys. And when I have more time, I'm going to do this in the CNRs and with my patrons, but I want to talk to as many people as possible about this. I'd be very interested to hear what you guys think could be considered quantifiable, measurable things that make this possible. What is the Mafia? It's what you guys have made it through all of these things. You remarkable sort. You remarkable sort. I don't want a single person here who makes this possible to fall through the cracks. I want you to know. I want you to be empowered. I want you to know that though you may be in a difficult season, perhaps you don't have much time, so you can't be here with your minutes all of the time, but you're really financially savvy and you're really good at turning $1 into two. Maybe that's your gifting, and maybe that's the way that you can support this whole thing is financially. Great. You should be celebrated for that. And not, well, they're never here. No, the finances matter. Absolutely. Or maybe you don't have any finances. Maybe you're in a season right now where things are real tight, but you have time. Be here with your minutes. Do community projects here in the Mafia and in the Discord. Engage with people. Guide raids with your channel points that you can accrue with time in other communities. Share this. Tell a friend. Share the YouTube videos if you think that they're funny or beneficial. All of that can be done, and all of that ought to be celebrated. You ought to be celebrated if you're doing those things. Be encouraged, be empowered. You can make a difference. And many of you have made an enormous difference. I want a very different kind of leaderboard than this one. I want a very different leaderboard. My leaderboard will look very different than this. And it's going to include factors that no one on the internet has even dreamed of before. Because fun fact, none of this has been done. All the stuff that I just finished telling you guys about, none of this has been attempted before. This will be an internet first. And you're worth trying to make it happen. I suspect on this same list, there will be several of you. Joke has supported in a ton of different ways. He'd be somewhere up near the top, no question. Pell has supported with his time, exclusively, for a long stretch. And then he said, the season of my life has changed. Now, he's not listening. But for posterity, I get to call him out. I got a command for Pell. When the season of his life turned and his financial situation changed, he said, finally, now I can support in another way. That ought to be celebrated too. How he can, he is. Thumper, absolutely, top of the list. All-rounder. Lithium, here with his time. Here with his raids. So, what is that? That touches finance, or not finances, that touches, loyalty. That touches networking. Ought to be celebrated. Skittles, I've talked a ton about Skittles tonight, and I've embarrassed her enough. She's done a ton of stuff. Jen, Tech, Ahmed is a great example. Ahmed and Joke have put up with me playing Apex on stream and stuff like that. That can't be quantified. That can't be tallied. The amount of patience that it takes to just sit there and wait for me to finish mouth breathing on a Tuesday night when I'm trying to play Apex. That goes for everybody else who's played Apex with me, but those two have played Apex with me more than anybody else. They have put up with so much crap, and that ought to be celebrated. No metric in existence captures that right now. You know what I want to do with this list? Once it's all done, hide it. That's the last thing that I want to say tonight. Once I've compiled this whole thing, I'm going to hide it away. And I'm going to celebrate individuals who are okay being celebrated. And who aren't doing it all so that they can be celebrated. That's the final secret sauce bit. Humility. I told you a story at tonight's outset of somebody who joined and tried to support financially to gain status from doing so. Nope. You are not going to gain status by that. That's not, there's no shortcuts here. I can celebrate people who've supported financially just fine. I got no problem calling out my diehards who've been supporting for forever and have been incredibly generous with their finances. I got no problem calling those people out. But if someone were to come in here and think, this is my ticket to the top, I can celebrate those folks because they've been involved in so many different ways. I am friends with, back to this list here. I am friends with so many of the people. Some of these are some of my best friends. And that's not because they're paying to give this a shot at reality. I'm going to be seeing this guy tomorrow. Haven't seen him in a month. Looking forward to it. I get to spend time with Joke and Thump all the time. Lithium, I don't know super well. Skittles, I know pretty darn well. Jen, know pretty darn well. Tech, don't know Tech as well as I'd like. We stream at similar times, you know, our ships pass each other. Don't know Tech super well. Ahmed, I know Ahmed super well. Pika, I used to know much better than I know now, but I haven't seen Pika in a long time. Miss him. I hope he's well. Him and Quartz. Miss you lots, Pika, for posterity. This number tells me that you're still around supporting with your bandwidth. So I'm super grateful. Super grateful, my friend. Jack, fabulous Jack. Cakes and James. And Tink coming between them. You see that, Tink? Home wrecker. Look at this dude. It's that accent. He's got that Australian accent. It's, ugh. They can't turn down Tink and his accent. Look at that. Fleek, I've known Fleek for ages now. Zin, fabulous human. Leanne, Ryan, I have got to have cigars with Ryan. Spade, I hardly know Spade at all. Everybody else calls her Grace. I'm the only one who calls her Spade. Fabulous human from what little I know. But this speaks volumes. That's really cool, that level of support. Trench, again, Admiral, super good dude. And this, again, the same story as Pika. Haven't seen him in ages, but this tells me that he's around. And that's super cool. CJ, one of my best friends. And I just met him. When did I meet him? Go back to this thing. When did I meet CJ? September of 21. It was playing Apex, and there's no record of it happening. Very sad. Very sad. This list, by the way, this is what I was telling you when Fierce came in, when Fierce kindly rated. I am capturing you guys in these edits. If you followed on stream, if you followed where I got to see your tag pop up there, like Omni did tonight. If Omni sticks around, if Omni wants to be a part of the Mafia, if Omni wants to get their hands dirty and get in this thing and get onto this list, if I see Omni's name keep popping up here in chat in different streams and saying hi, Omni's name will be on this list. And that alert that you saw tonight, I'm going to find the timestamp for it. And I'm going to put it on this list. And when it comes time to edit this video, I am going to make sure that Omni's name is preserved. Because I want to celebrate you. Look at this. Death's Door. We talk about the bird game all the time. When I get to the Death's Door edit, I have to have all of these people's alerts captured. and preserved for posterity. Is it algorithmically streamlined? Does it make perfect monetary sense in the terms of making it on YouTube and we're going to optimize the videos for retention? And no, not at all. It's super incongruous. A bunch of you guys have seen some of my videos. You're like, why is there like a follower alert in this? Dude, we can see those during your stream. We don't need to see them during your YouTube video. Why didn't you edit that out? Oh no, I went out of my way to make sure that they were edited in. I had several videos that were edited for me. I'm like, nope, go back and fix it. What's wrong with it? It's missing my people. That's you. Slash. Right there on that list. There he is. There he is. I'm grateful, sir. You're going to be in that edit, my guy. Yes, you are. You're right there. Came along with the Downey raid. Right there. Hour and 36 minutes and 15 seconds into night 2 of the Death's Door edit. Recording video 1 of 2. I know exactly where it is and I can pull it up right now. Slash is going to be preserved. The moment that I got to meet this remarkable gentleman. I want to celebrate him and all that he has brought to the Mafia, as well as the rest of the Derp fam who came along that night and the nights that followed. And I want that for each of you. This is my project. This is what's been consuming my time. Gus, how come you're so slow at editing? How come you don't know all the stuff and all the things? How come you haven't finished this? How come you haven't added that? I'm working. I promise you I'm working. Just perhaps not on the things that you'd expect. Perhaps not on the things that other people are working on. This is what I'm working. This is going to be my magnum opus. This is going to be my salute to you. It is my commitment to you to celebrate things that ought to be celebrated, to laud things that ought to be lauded. You're worth it. You guys have heard me say 1,000 times, if you've been here for any length of time, you've heard me say what my aims are for being a creator. I want to create meaningful content because you're meaningful. I want to create content that matters because you matter. Content of value because you have value. Enormous, unshakable, undiminishable value. You do. And I want to create in light of that. Thank you for being here for this odd stream. Thank you for your patience as I took literally twice as long as I had hoped to. Roski, thank you. To everybody who tipped tonight, to everybody who raided tonight, to all of our new followers, to everybody who answered questions in chat, to everybody who dropped links, to everybody who said hi and gave a wave to new folks, to those of you who came along with your creators on the raid. Like, we're going to raid out, and you could have bounced, and you didn't. Here you are. You were showing support for your creator, for the community that you came from. That's super cool and ought to be celebrated. To our new join in the Discord, welcome on in, Silver. If anyone else joined and I missed you, welcome into hard mode. The tough begins now. Thank you again to my patrons, without whom we don't get to do any of it. All of this. Patrons. Thank you to everybody who supported this thing. Thank you guys for everybody who is here with your bandwidth, with your lurk, with your raid, with your recommendations, with your referrals. Thank you. To the folks in the CNR, to the patrons who voted on games. Thank you for a wild 2.5 years. I am floored. This chart, interesting though it is, and detailed though it might be, it doesn't capture... it captures just a fraction of what all y'all need to be celebrated for. Where is Bootless on this list? Where are you, Boot? There you are. Minecraft. An 8-hour-long Minecraft stream. And look at that. If I had ended on time, Bootless, I never would have met you. If I had ended at 4 hours, I never would have met you. I got to meet you specifically because I went over time playing Minecraft. Joke. I just think that's remarkable. Look at that. I met Fed. Remarkable Fed, who's now my editor. Because I went over playing Minecraft. The boombox. Oh, there's so many things to celebrate, you guys. This list just scratches the surface. And that's where we'll end it. I'm very grateful. Grateful indeed. I'm coming, babe. Next stream is tomorrow night, you guys. It will be a short stream. I'm going to end on time tomorrow night. I have to. Busy days. Busy days. I hope to see you there. I hope to see you at the next one, too. And the one after that. Omni, I really truly do hope you make the list. I hope you consider doing life on hard mode alongside these remarkable... I'm grateful to Ronnie for getting to meet you. And that ripple effect goes back. I met Ronnie because of Key. You guys have a bigger impact than you think. You truly do. Just telling a friend could be the domino that ticks off something wild, like Place did. Nuts. Not always, but sometimes. I'm not going to raid out tonight. We're going to end. Thank you guys for all that you do. It is my hope to earn the vote of confidences in all their various forms and facets that you've given to me. I apologize for missing so much of chat here tonight. Rest assured, I will read through it. Tomorrow I don't have a lot of time. Sunday I won't have a lot of time. Maybe Monday I'll get to read through it all, but I will catch up. So what does it look like? What does it look like to do life on hard mode? Alongside those self-same humans. The folks who would, of their own volition, give up a Friday evening to delve deep into something like this. Come and see. And as ever, I will strive to see that it's a decision that you don't regret. In the meantime, I wish for you each marvelous evenings, mornings, wherever ye be. And I will see you on the other side.